Well, hi, well, a very good evening. A very good evening to you. A warm welcome here to Towcester and Towcester TV. Looking forward to a brilliant night. The Star Sports Greyhound Derby reaches the quarter-final stage this evening. A couple of races to warm us up before we get into the Opens as well. And absolutely gorgeous conditions here, fitting for this fantastic event. Got three early changes as well to the cards tonight. In the opening race this evening, we have Trap 4, a reserve. We've got three graded races before we get into the Opens, where we'll be joining our colleagues at Sky Sports. In that opening race, Trap 4, Forest Delboy is a reserve in our opening contest. In race 2 this evening, we got Trap 3 vacant, and in race 3, Trap 5 is vacant. So they are changes to your cards, which are available from various points around the ground. Once again, we welcome Star Sports here, our sponsors. Quarterfinals of the Greyhound Derby taking place later on in the card, mixed in with the graded. We've got Opens to warm us up before that as well. After 7 o'clock, as I say, we'll be joining our colleagues at Sky to take us through those. Normally, of course, throughout the winter, we see the bookmakers inside, but not tonight. They're outside enjoying the sunshine. Go and take money off those as the evening progresses. You can bet with Toaster Bet inside as well. Most importantly, going to have a great evening. Do stay hydrated, not too much alcohol. Mix some water in as well, and hopefully we're going to have a great night. First race just a few minutes away. Dogs will be out on parade in just a couple of minutes' time. Don't forget that reserve in the opening race in Trap 4. Have a great night with us here at Toaster. Just to confirm those changes for you, I know some parts of the area weren't hearing. Race 1, Trap 4, Forest Delboy is a reserve. In race 2, Trap 3 will be vacant. And in race 3, Trap 5 vacant. So 3 changes in the first 3 races. Trap 4 in the opener is a reserve, Forest Delboy. In race 2, Trap 3 is vacant. And race 3, Trap 5 is also vacant.
Well, the Greyhounds running in race 1 will soon be out and on parade. Just 5 minutes left for betting on the opener. 5 minutes only to the off. Full betting show. It's just been up on screen. We'll bring the prices straight after the parade. Greyhounds back to parade for race number 1. It's a bet with Bet365 stakes. On parade then for race number 1. It's the bet with Bet365 stakes. Runners for the opening contest tonight are as follows. Track 1 is Goodwood Flyer from Messrs Britton, Fitch, Godfrey and Pennington. Trainer Jim Reynolds. 2 is Nimrod's Son for Owners J Craft, trainer Mark Wallace. 3 is Born a Bug for Messrs Martin and Reynolds, trainer Jim Reynolds. 4 is the reserve Greyhound Forest Delboy for the Hat Pack, trainer Paul Clark. 5 is Towstar Lucy for the Towstar Syndicate, trainer Paul Clark. And Trap 6 is Mako's Girl for Mrs War, trainer Richard Yates. Greyhounds now approaching the starting traps for race number 1. 2-1 joint favourites in traps 2 and 5, Nimrod's Son and Towstar Lucy. Greyhounds approaching the starting traps then for race 1. Clear favourite in trap 5 now. Towstar Lucy, a 2-1 chance. Now 9-4, trap 2, Nimrod's Son. 7-2, trap 1, Goodwood Flyer. 4-1, trap 3, Born a Bug. It's 6-1, trap 4, the reserve Greyhound Forest Delboy. And 7-1, trap 6, Mako's Girl. Greyhounds approaching the boxes then for race number 1. D2, the grade. It's the bet with Bet365 stakes. Greyhounds are behind the boxes then for race 1. And we are loading up. Greyhounds entering the starting traps then for tonight's first contest. In fact, we're all loaded. Loading process very quick. There's Gemma, our starter tonight on screen. She's waved her flag to say everything's okay down there. That means one thing, the hare is running. But in the spin for race number 1, it's the bet with Bet 365 stakes. Hare on the move. Bunny approaching the boxes. Off and racing away, and it's trap 4 off the decent start. The reserve Greyhound Forest Dalboy 4 from 5. Then comes 3, 6, 1 and 2. 2, 6 both squeeze room at the back of the pack. But off the final corner is trap 4. Forest Dalboy that leaves the reserve 4 from 5 and 1 towards the jam stick. Can the 4 hang tough? Yeah, can you know? Forest Dalboy wins it by a good 2.5 lengths in the end from 5. 1 back in third. 4, 5 and 1. Result race number 1. Confirmation result race 1, first trap 4, reserve Greyhound Forest Dalboy, owned by the Hat Pack, Trevor Paul Clark. Second trap 5, Towcester Lucy. Third trap 1, Goodwood Flyer. Result 4, 5 and 1, 4, 5, 1. One in time for Forest Dalboy, 15.56, 1.556. Replay on screen then of the opener. It was the bet with Bet 365 stakes. Up went the lids and away went the 4-dog Forest Dalboy. Soon the driving seat into this first corner. Had 5 for company early doors. Kennel mate Towstar Lucy. And it was the Paul Clark trained pair that dominated proceedings throughout. 4 beats 5. 1 back in third place in this opening contest. A 1-2 for trainer Paul Clark. Jim Reynolds with the third place Greyhound Goodwood Flyer. 4-5-1 then in race number 1.
So the picture about to be taken here for our first race winner. Reserve coming in for the formidable sprint kennel of Paul Clark. And taking the picture with Julie. Let's have a very quick word. Came in as a late reserve. Were we expecting a good performance this evening?
He done all right. He's not run for a while, so come in reserve and good result.
I'm glad it's you and not Wendy, because Wendy's never positive about things. She always looks at the negative. But I always say, and I've just said to Julie, Paul Clark, the best sprinting kennel we have here at Towcester. That's a fair assumption?
I would say so, yeah.
And, of course, the intertracks have been going very well. A lot of your runners have been there. How have you found that as a kennel?
It's been all right. A lot of hard work, but worth it in the end.
Good stuff. We'll let you get back. Let's have a very quick word. Julie's on duty tonight with Sky, but she's come down for a quick word. Julie, brought the sunshine. This is what it's all about.
It's lovely, isn't it? A little bit cooler than Saturday because of that breeze, thank goodness. So, yeah.
Good stuff. What have you made of the competition so far? You've been hugely successful, I think, it's nationwide. Your views?
Internationally, I actually think it's fair. I've been doing a lot of coverage for the Australians, so it's going down well there as well. It's just been brilliant, hasn't it? Lots of good dogs gone by the wayside, lots of good dogs still through. Kind of feel like anything could happen, but yeah, lots still to play for, loads of good dogs still going strong.
Anything you fancy later in the quarterfinals?
Can't stay away from Tyroshay. Absolutely love that greyhound. He'd be my pick for the competition right now. Dan's Exception would be my nap for the quarterfinals. Hopefully won't be too short a price. I just think he can win that early pace race to the bend and probably put the race to bed from there. Not something I thought I'd be saying going into the quarterfinals, but yeah, I really fancy him tonight.
Good stuff. I know you've got a couple of interviews to do before you go in there. Have a great show tonight. We'll be hearing from Julie and the rest of the team. Hopefully going to get one of my old muckers, Mr. Hobbs, down shortly for a word after our next race. If we can draw him from the bar, that'll be hard enough. In the meanwhile, let's type details on race 1 and hand up to our commentator tonight. Andy, all yours.
Yeah, thanks very much. Hobbsy in the bar? Surely not, surely not. Okay, race number 1 then. The replay up on screen now. You can see how Forest Delboy has done the business here for trainer Paul Clark. As Wood has said, the Clark Kennel have a very good record in sprint contests around here at Towcester, and they've provided the 1-2 in this bet with Bet 365 stakes. 4 beats 5. Forest Delboy, the reserve, beats Towcester Lucy. 1 back in third, Goodwood Flyer. 4-5-1 then in the opener. And the full order in for race 1 was 4-5-1-2-6-3. 4-5-1-2-6-3. Distance is 2 lengths, half a length, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, and a neck. The winning time 15:56, 1-5-5-6. And just a reminder in our next race, race number 2, Trap 3 Penny's Adios has been withdrawn. So race 2 will be a race for just 5 greyhounds only, without the 3-dog Penny's Adios. Greyhounds on parade then for race number 2. It's heat 1 of the Owners Bonus Series. A4 the grade. Runners as follows. Trap 1 is Musical Lulu, owner Mr. S. Taylor. Trainer Jim Reynolds. 2 is Amelie Genie for Mrs. Grimer and Grimer. Trainer Johnny Blanco. Trap 3 is Vacant. 4 is Farlow Pongo, owner and trainer Richard Yates. 5 is Best in the West for owner Miss M. Arnold. Trainer Seamus Gorn. And 6 is Forrest Lewis, owner Mr. K. Woodley. Trainer Paul Clark. Greyhounds now approaching the starting traps for race number 2. We now have just 3 minutes to the off, 3 minutes only left for betting on this first heat of the Owners Bonus Series, A4. Full betting show up on screen now. You can see the current favourite is trap 4, Farlow Pongo for Richard Yates. Currently a 6-4 chance. It's 7-4, trap 5, Best in the West. 3-1, trap 2, Amelie Genie. 4-1, Forrest Lewis in stripes. The outsider of the party at the moment, trap 1, Musical Lulu at 7-1. Favourite in 4 then, Farlow Pongo, 6-4. Greyhounds approaching the starting traps then for race number 2. 6-4 favourite in 4, Farlow Pongo. Trap 5 out to 2-1 now, Best in the West. It's now 11-8, trap 4, Farlow Pongo. So 11-8, trap 4, 2-1, trap 5. It's 4-1, trap 2. 5-1, trap 6, and 8-1, trap 1, Musical Lulu. Greyhounds behind the boxes then for this A4 contest, heat 1 of the Owners Bonus Series. Not long till post time now then. And the Greyhounds are now loading up. We're going in for race number 2, A4 the grade, heat 1 of the Owners Bonus Series. Going in those traps. Nearly all loaded then for race 2. Gemma on screen now, just checking everything's okay down there. Seems happy enough. Yep, she's waving, so the hair's running. Bun on the spin, race number 2. It's heat 1 of the Owners Bonus Series, A4 the grade. Stand by for action then. Race number 2 of 13 here tonight. Here comes that bunny. Off and racing away, one off to a decent start. Musical Lulu, 1 from 4, is placing up very nicely. Farlow Pongo, the favourite's going to lead around this first corner now. 4 from 1 and 2. Then comes 5 and 6, the back markers. The second man they fly now, though, is trap 4, Farlow Pongo. Taken on now by the one dog, Musical Lulu, who leads at halfway. 1 from 4, then comes 2, 5 and 6. Round that third corner, Musical Lulu, singing the right notes tonight. Leads by about 2 lengths now from 4 back in second. Then comes 2 trying to stay on. Amelie Genie off this final bend now. Is trap 1 taken on now by the 4 and 2. Can the 1 hang on? Up towards a pace stick. 1 from 4. 1 stands firm. 4 second, close to third place. 5 and 2. 1 beats 4, photograph for third place. Confirmation result race 2. First trap 1, Musical Lulu, Mr. S. Taylor, Trummer Jim Reynolds. Second trap 4, Philo Pongo. And third was trap 5, Best in the West. Result 1, 4 and 5. 1, 4, 5. Stand by for the replay then. Of race number 2 was the Owner's Bonus Series. Heat 1A4 was the grade. There was a decent start from trap 4, Philo Pongo, to lead early doors for trainer Richard Yates. But one soon on the premises, Musical Lulu. And this pair slugged it out for most of the journey. And one it was, Musical Lulu, that's gone on to score in the end from the pre-race favourite, Philo Pongo, back in second. 5's run on really well, Best in the West for third place, and trainer Seamus Gorn. 1-4-5 then in race number 2. The outsider of the party, Musical Lulu, landing the lolly in this A4 contest. 1-4-5.
So our second race tonight won by Musical Lulu for Jim Reynolds. Another winner for the former Romford trainer here. We got a certain Jonathan Hobbs to make the presentation and be part of the picture opportunity here. You can be part of our Come Racing. Let's have a quick word with Jim before we speak to Hobbsy. Jim, always good to see you down here, my friend. A runner in good form.
Yeah, she's flying this now. She's braking well, she's brave at the bends, and she's now starting to hold her form better to the line, so she's a bitch in form and worth following.
Good stuff, and we spoke a while ago towards the start of the year, and we were saying how things were really turning for you here, the runners getting more and more used to the track, and can't stop you now.
Yeah, we're still not getting enough winners, so we're still working hard at that, but we've got some nice tup-ups coming through. Ballpark won for us, Rummy Major won for us, first time of asking over the 480 trip, and they look like nice prospects. They've got 3 litter sisters that have just graded as well, that should be capable of winning races soon. So, yeah, looking forward to the coming months.
We look very much forward to that. Well done on that one. Excellent stuff. Hopefully more to come. Where's Hobbsy? Let's drag him in. Ladies and gentlemen, we've managed to grab him out of makeup, and I know this you'd think probably we've grabbed him too early, but he is here. Hobbsy, how are you?
I'm very well. Wood, it's lovely to see you.
You too, man. Looking forward to this. How have you think the derby's gone so far?
Fantastically well. I think Saturday night, third round, I think Chrissy Page, racing manager, must have breathed a huge sigh of relief because, you know, not so much talking points, lack of controversy, terrific racing from top to bottom. So no seeding rounds, no disqualifications. I bet he enjoyed his large brandy at the end of the night. Brilliant.
Good stuff. I'm sure you have one with him. Quarterfinals tonight. Very much looking forward to that. What are we expecting? Fancy anything strong?
I think it's difficult to really fancy anything too strongly, isn't it? I mean, you know, what a matchup, Bruiser's Bullet and Claire's Rocket, and the old boy is such. Buick still flying, and he's got trap 1, and I remember seeing him in a trial here, railed like a cat. I still think Forrest Con is just underrated by the bookies. I think he's got everything. Perhaps he, you know, just needs to last home, but you just want to qualify. It's all about qualifying, Wooders, and, you know, get involved in punting tonight, absolutely, because they're great greyhounds. Ty Richard, I've not even mentioned him, you know. Terrific hound, track record breaker. He can do it from the front, he can do it from the back. He doesn't seem to have a flaw. So I think you asked all the trainers tonight. It's about what happens in the quarterfinals. They would, I'm sure, take just a place in you know, first, second, or third. Us punters, of course, you know, get involved. There's still some good prizes out there.
And overall competition outright. Do you think the bookies have got it about right?
Well, they probably have. I mean, I still maintain I've always had a soft spot for Forrest Con. I think he's got a lot, and he's still anti-post a decent price if you want to play him each way. I think Claire's Rocket again. You know, when you think this dog was 8-1 at some point, and now I think he's bigger than that. We're in the quarterfinals of the Derby. I mean, it's, you know, again, he's got trap 1 tonight. It might work for him. It may not against Bruiser's Bullet, who on third round form you probably would suggest is going to beat him tonight. Maybe not. I mean, I still don't think we've seen the best of Claire's Rocket. I'll always maintain that, and hopefully he comes through tonight again, and we're back here on Saturday.
Hobbs, it's going to be a great night. Thank you very much. Hope you and Enzo have a good show up there. We'll be taking coverage from Sky in amongst our interviews tonight. Hopefully a few winners coming away. Thanks very much for their time on what is an all-important quarter-final night here at Towcester. We've got one more graded race before we get into the Opens. The sun's with us. What a great place to be. Let's get back up to Andy for the official details on race 2.
Thanks, Wooders. Yep, a great night for Greyhound racing in store. Some cracking action later on in the card. Race 2 wasn't too bad either. Heat 1 of the Owners Bonus Series. It was a win for Trap 1, Musical Lulu. Put up a competitive performance to get the grips with Trap 4, Farlow Pongo, off that second bend. And they've slugged it out from there on in. But the one dog, Musical Lulu's come home half a length clear of that rival in the end. 1 beats 4 and 5 in Heat 1 of the Owners Bonus Series. These 3 Greyhounds will all qualify for next week's £500 decider of this event. Musical Lulu beats Farlow Pongo and Best in the West. And the full order in for race 2 was 145.26. 145.26. Distance is half a length, 3/4 of a length, short head, and 3 1/4. Winning time 28.39. 28.39. The winning time for Trap 1, Musical Lulu. Well, just a reminder, our next race, race number 3, Trap 5, Always Eager, has been withdrawn. Race 3 will be a race for just 5 Greyhounds only, without the 5 dog, Always Eager. race 3 now out and on parade. It's for the second heat of the Owners Bonus Series, Grade A4. Runners for this race are as follows. Trap 1 is Let's Be Ready, owned by the Let It Be Syndicate and trained by Matt Dartnell. 2 is Barrow Vic, Mrs. Brown, Cowan and Kemp, trainer Hazel Kemp. 3 is Sprinter Sprite for owner Mr. Al Spackman, trainer Jim Reynolds. 4 is Vote Topper, on debut for Mrs. Allen, Clegg, Cunningham and Segru, trainer Mark Wallace. 5 is Vacant, but 6 is Jets Holly, for owner Mr. S. Carroll and trainer Kevin Hutton. Greyhounds now approaching the starting traps of race number 3. It's heat 2 of the Owners Bonus Series A4. We now have just 2 minutes to the off, 2 minutes only. One favourite in trap 1 here then. Let's Be Ready, a 5 to 4 chance. It's then 11 to 4, trap 4. Vote Topper. 7 to 2, trap 6. 5 to 1, traps 2 and 3. Greyhounds approaching the starting traps of race number 3. Heat 2 of the Owners Bonus Series. First 3 Greyhounds over the line will qualify for next week's £500 decider of this Owners Bonus Series event. Just a minute till post time now. Greyhounds behind the boxes then for race number 3. A4 the grade for this second heat of the Owners Bonus Series. One favourite in trap 1, Let's Be Ready. There he is up on screen. Currently a 5 to 4 chance for trainer Matt Dartnell on the Let It Be Syndicate. 11 to 4, trap 4. 5 to 1, traps 3 and 6, and 6 to 1, trap 2. Greyhounds now being loaded into the starting traps of race 3. Go in those traps. Gemma on standby then. Flag in hand ahead of this A4 grade contest. There she is up on screen now. Gemma's waving, so the hair's running. For another spin, race number 3, A4 the grade. It's heat 2 of the Owners Bonus Series. Bonnie approaching the boxes. Gates lifting away we go. 4 off to a decent start. Then comes 2, 1, 3 and 6 in the first corner we go now. It's all changed. 1 going to sneak through up the inside. Let's Be Ready, but involved in trouble with 3 and 4 and 4. It is in the second now as 3 goes on down the far side at the head of affairs. Sprinter Sprite for Jim Reynolds. 3 from 4 and 1. Then comes 2 and 6 in towards the final couple of turns now, though. It's a 3-dog Sprinter Sprite that leads. Got 4 for company still, though, not going away. Vote Topper on Dave and Mike Wallace. This pair clear of 1 back in third. 3 now being pressed by 4 up towards the jam stick. Can the 3 stand firm? It's going to be close. I think he's just about held on, though, from 4. Certainly a photograph of third place as well. 3 and 4 cross the line together, and a photo of a third as well. We'll leave it all to the jolly old judge. Photo finish. Well, let's take a look back at the replay then of race number 3. It was a real thriller, this A4 contest. Has the 3 held on. Sprinter Sprite was certainly tiring on the run for home. Vote Topper, the youngster, was really getting going up the lane, but has 3 held on. Sprinter Sprite looked like he just about did. The judge just going through the motions. Next door to me here, just viewing the print for race number 3. Has the 3 held on? Yes, fairly conclusive in the end. Yeah, 3 beats 4. There's a photo finish print. 3 beats 4. 1 back in third. 3-4-1. Result final then in race number 3. It's a win for Sprinter Sprite, owner Mr. Al Spackman and trainer Jim Reynolds. 3-4-1. We can see a helicopter on screen now.
Yes, is that for you?
No, I do believe that's Mr. Matt Chapman arriving.
Well,
Mr. Ben Keith.
we didn't want to reveal that just in case there were any snipers around, because just at this early stage. But no doubt Matt will tell us when he gets here. It's him. But no, that is Matt arriving from Royal Ascot, so we'll hear from him shortly. Good to have him here this evening. As it is, Mick Livesey is with us. We're going to have a chat with Mick in a moment. Another winner for the Jim Reynolds team in our 3rd race on the programme tonight, and a desperately close finish. We've got a moment, Mick, so let's actually start our chats. You were very much behind the part in putting Towcester forward for the Greyhound Derby. It's been a huge success. Is that fair to say?
It has. I think all credit though has to go to Lord Eskeith and the Eskeith family, who have backed us and backed this racecourse, and Kevin Ackerman, my boss, all the work that Kevin does behind the scenes to put on this show. And I think Greyhound Racing's been the big beneficiary of it. I think, I'm only 40, I know I've had an odd life. You might find that odd to believe, but this is the greatest derby that I have ever seen. You know, a massive amount of entries from Ireland certainly helped make it very, very special. And as we go into tonight, into the quarterfinals, Claire's Rocket, Pacey Bambi, and Dan's Exception are still unbeaten. And Tyree Shear's the track record holder. What more could you ask for?
Right, we'll come back to that in a second. Our winner has joined us in the form of Sprinter Sprite. Jim Reynolds not this time with us, but the man behind the success of the kennel that will be part of our... Get in there with that picture, Mick. Don't want me cramping your style. But good performance winning our A4 tonight. Who's been sprinting and just about managed to hold on. We'll let you go, but I know you're never too keen to chat with us, so we'll get back to Mick on the derby. Yeah, we were saying, Tyree Shear, do you think the bookies have got it right at the overall currently in the head of the market?
Well, I think we're one performance away from it all changing. You know, Tyree Shear before the competition started was 33-1. He goes and produces a sensational run, and all of a sudden he's the favourite. Claire's Rocket, Droopy's Buick, Bruiser's Bullet, Pacey Bambi just keeps on winning, and Dan's Exception, and probably a few there that I haven't even mentioned. One big performance tonight at the quarter-final stage, and you could have a new outright favourite for the Derby. This is what makes it so exciting. This is what Greyhound Racing is all about. It doesn't get any better than the Star Sports English Greyhound Derby.
Now, we're about to get into the Opens. If I was to give you a free bet tonight on any of the Opens to come up, do you fancy anything strong?
Well, I think in the Derby plate we have to fancy, you know, Kevin Hutton's dog, the Rota's Wildcat. So unfortunate to crash out of the Derby. I think Kevin and all his team there will be hopeful the Wildcat can put in a big run tonight. As you get towards the eats of the Derby, I think Tyree Shear, you know, for me, I've had the charity money on him at 33s. He's running for the retired Greyhounds. If he hits the front around the third bend, you'll hear me roar him home, Graham.
Good man. Always a pleasure, Mick. Talking to the retired Greyhounds, we'll just get our cameraman just to point past Tony Johnson. You can recognise Tony there, who's dressed for charity tonight, by the look of it, Tone. But that is the retired Greyhound Fund who are with us tonight. They are here on show, as always, doing a fantastic job. If you do have any spare coppers or pounds or notes, then do head down there and look after that brilliant cause. Our thanks to Mick. Very shortly we'll be joining our colleagues at Sky Sports to take you through the next batch of races. We'll be back when we can to have a word with those that are necessary. Let's head back upstairs to the air-conditioned commentary booth, Andy.
Oh, I wish it was air-conditioned. It's rather warm. It's rather warm. Just open the window, though, so Errol Blythe doesn't melt away up here when he takes over for our next race, race number 4. But meanwhile, we'll take a look back at race number 3. It was a Wimper Trap 3 Sprinter Sprite. Was made to work hard by the newcomer Vote Topper on the run for home. Only a short head has separated that pair at the wire, Sprinter Sprite and Vote Topper. With one, Let's Be Ready, the pre-race favourite, qualifying for next week's final back in third. 3-4-1 then it was in race number 3, the second heat of the Owners Bonus Series. And the full order of finish of race 3 was 3-4-1-2-6. 3-4-1-2-6. Distances: a short head, 2 1/4, short head and 1 1/4. Winning time 28.56, 28.56.
Sports backing tonight's Greyhound Derby.
And they're safe. You'll be glad to know, everybody at home, that they are both fine, landed safely, posing for the pictures there in their Royal Ascot garb. Matt Chapman and
This is
Ben
how the
Heath
rich
arrive.
and famous live, Enzo.
How the other half live, Hobbs. Me and you jumping in our Ford Fiestas trying to get up here, and
Volvo, actually. But
and that's how they've arrived. Yeah, you've upgraded since I last saw you. Okay, so that's how Matt Chapman's arrived. He will be here at the betting ring to report all the market moves later on. Hopefully it will liven up in the betting ring once those Derby quarterfinals and indeed the Derby Plate heats kick off. Of course, Derby Plate's new format this year, isn't it? It's extended, bigger and better than it was at Wimbledon.
first three, we got 4 heats, first 3 in each of the heats, qualifying for the semi-finals on Saturday, which of course share centre stage with the semi-finals of the Derby and all the other competitions that will make up for what will be the best nights racing in the entire year. Of course, Star Sports Greyhound Derby final night on July the 1st, ticket only.
Ticket only, of course, 1st of July. As you say, it is now replicating the Derby, isn't it? The Derby Plate with the 4 rounds now, and then the semi-finals on Saturday, and the final, the Derby Plate to be run here.
I mean, very much
on July
the
1st.
basis of giving those that were knocked out in the early rounds another chance. And of course, the big favourite is Dorota's Wildcat. Was pretty much my #1 choice for the Derby going into it. I think he was a little bit unlucky. I think we're going to see his pace tonight.
He hasn't been starting what was Dovezzi. I mean, he got away with it in I think the first round when he won, but of course it didn't. He wasn't so lucky in the second round. He is a hot favourite. He's expect 8-13 for Kevin Hutton's Star. Here is another Kevin Boone, who trains and owns Shane Boy Style, who ran at Romford at the weekend. Typically busy Kevin Boone Greyhound. This is the Derby Plate Heat 1, worth £200. The first 3 qualifying for the semi-final. Shane Boy Style has got early pace, and he's a winner around here on the 2nd of June in the Derby first round.
Dorota's Wildcat runs out of trap 2 for big Kevin Hutton. Finished behind Cloran Paddy, but did show tremendous pace into that first bend, unleashed a blistering turn of foot into the turn, but unfortunately found a few problems, then looked to be clear off the second bend, but so no extra, and then was crowded at the third. Certainly best judged on a first round success, and a good record round here, nevertheless, 6 from 11.
Dave Mullins has got a few runners tonight. He's got Pyman's Bullet here for the Pyman's Racing Club. Needs a fast start. He's another one looking to get on the bunny early on. He was behind Pacey Bambi here in the second round. Pyman's Bullet.
Now, a greyhound who has come in yesterday for Bubbly Torpedo is running out of trap 4. His name is Standalone, once again trained by David Mullins for the Putnam family, a greyhound who was knocked out behind Money Point Brain the first round of the Derby. He's got a 24-24 at Romford. Success on his card.
We know about King Kid. He's got that form at Wimbledon, and he was a bit unlucky, wasn't he? Missed a break here in the third round behind Bruiser's Bullet. It was a slow start that did for his chance in the Derby third round. A big runner if leading trap 6 tonight, King Kid. He can come away a lot better for Liz McNair and the KSS Syndicate.
And finally running out of trap 6 is Brinkley's King, trained by Seamus Cahill, finished behind Cloran Paddy in that heat that also saw the elimination of Dorota's Wildcat. Brinkley's King, the Kearns Memorial winner at Central Park. Seamus Cahill's greyhound's got plenty of all-round speed.
Yeah, he has. I mean, he's a lively one, isn't he, Brinkley's King, 11-2, but the market's suggesting that Dorota's Wildcat is going to kick things off with a win, currently 8-13. Right, we've seen him arrive in style. Let's go and join him in the betting ring. Evening, Matt Chapman.
Just arriving as I thought most people did, to be honest, Enzo. 4-7, Dorota's Wildcat. That lovely dash of early pace from trap 2 should put this greyhound into a good position. King Kid for Rab McNair at 11-4, 11-time winner, and also a greyhound who will try and show some early pace. Let's go and see if we can find a big boy.
Well, I'm at the kennelling area. Kevin Hutton's just been cooling off a bitch of his that was in the last race. Care really being taken over these greyhounds tonight. But joins me now. You're going to watch on the little TV in the kennels here, your superstar, Dorota's Wildcat. Have you got over the disappointment of him going out the Derby?
Not really, no. No, it was a tough one to take, that was, especially the manner in which it happened, you know. But that's racing. We hadn't checked out when he's fitting well, and obviously that's the main thing. So he's drawn a very tough heat here, but, you know, if he comes away, you'd expect him to win it. And we'll go on from there, hopefully.
He's a red hot favourite for this Derby Plate. Too short?
Yeah, I mean, 9-4. There's still some very good dogs in here, you know, very good dogs. And like I say, tonight's a tough heat, and you got the likes of Sonic and 1 or 2 other real top-class dogs. So 9-4, way too short for me, but I hope they're right.
Looking forward to seeing him in action again. Good luck.
Thanks very much. Cheers, Jules.
Yeah, Kevin Hutton there talking about Dorota's Wildcat. He hasn't got over that disappointment yet of being knocked out in the Derby.
Understandable, because he did show such a devastating burst of pace that probably we haven't seen too much in this Derby. It's been very much about resolution coupled with pace and stamina, of course. But he's got a clear Shane Boy style. But I think if he comes away,
yes,
you know,
if he breaks level,
his pace should take him to the first bend clear.
There's Donna, who's putting him into the trap. She looks after him tonight. So let's go and join our big race commentator. Good evening to Errol Blythe.
Good evening, Anthony. Good evening, Hobbsy. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Star Sports Greyhound Derby. Of course, we're in the Derby Plate Heat 1, first of all. 4 heats of this competition coming up. 24 greyhounds set to try and get through to the second round. Away we go, and one. Shane Boy Style came away well. Dorota's Wildcat, though, paces up and will clear and goes on. So Dorota's Wildcat, the short price favourite, takes over and quickens away nicely here from 6. Brinkley's King up into second. Pyman's Bullet's third. After these comes King Kid back in fourth. Shane Boy Style and Standalone towards the rear as they go around the third and fourth bends, and it's plain sailing for Dorota's Wildcat. A good 5-length leader up the home straight. Dorota's Wildcat wins for Kevin Hutton. As easy as you like. Second place to trap 6, Brinkley's King, and 5, King Kid in third. Well, that was pretty simple. Dorota's Wildcat trapped okay, showed the early pace, cleared Shane Boy Style and hacked up. That's why Dorota's Wildcat was the 4-7 favourite. Julie is still with Kevin. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Absolutely, Kevin, just watching that race, cool as a cucumber, because you know when he comes out like that, he's just different class, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. I mean, that was a fairly good break for him, wasn't it? And his pace of the first bench just incredible. So, you know, so that's a very good field. I know there's a little bit of bunching behind, but he's really shown what he can do tonight. Wish it was a Derby quarterfinals, but you know, we'll take the plate and move forward from here. But it's good to see him now do his confidence a world of good after taking such a rough ride last week. So he's come off in one piece, and we roll on to next week now.
It'll be interesting to see the time, because it almost makes it even more of a what if, doesn't it?
I guess it does, but I'm not sure. I didn't hear any of the earlier times, so I'm not sure how the track's running. But you'd imagine that dog's broke 29 tonight fairly cool, you think. I thought it was a great display. That's how to do his confidence, a bit of good, Jules, and on we go from here.
Looked very impressive. We'll see you in the next round. Hopefully the Derby Plate can be some sort of consolation for you.
Yeah, it'd be a lovely one, wouldn't it? Yeah, thanks a lot. Cheers.
Well done. Cheers, Kevin.
Yeah, performance of high quality from Dorota's Wildcat. Yes, 28.99 the winning time. Just to point out that I think the track's running normalish tonight, maybe a little bit on the far side, but still a great run from Dorota's Wildcat, showing the early pace, got past Shane Boy Style, who out-trapped Dorota's Wildcat. He's got youth on his side. Don't forget, he's a May 15. Yes, he's involved in this Derby Plate, but there's a Derby next year here at Towcester, and I'm sure he will be an immense player, a year older, a year stronger. And as you can see, he's put them to the sword. Let's watch the action again as they leave the traps. You can see Shane Boy Star just edging right out of trap 1 there, nudging into 2, Dorota's Wildcat. 3, Pyman's Bullet, heading towards the rails. He didn't really want to be in 3, but he was modestly away, and that really put paid to his chances. But as they went into the first bend, that speed to the bend, you can see Shane Boy Star just edging off again, nudging into 6, Brinkley's King. Who goes on to score, taking a grip of the race by the second bend, a real stranglehold on this first heat of the Derby Plate, and will line up, of course, in the semi-finals this coming Saturday. And as you can see, Dorota's Wildcat comes home in plenty of style here. So Dorota's Wildcat, an easy winner, Hobbsy, an easy winner, Enzo. I'm sure you were impressed.
We were. You may have heard Hobbsy booming there off air. He was so excited by Dorota's Wildcat winning, because I think this was one of your Derby fancies originally. Great to see him back with a win.
Absolutely. Hopefully he goes on to win the Derby Plate. He's that good, and it would be some sort of consolation. You could almost hear the disappointment in Kevin's his voice. But 28.99, he said it was sub 29 seconds. Cracking effort from Dorota's Wildcat. You know, he's up there with the pacey Bambis and the Bruiser's Bullet and the Danzy Exception for the amount of the higher butts that we've seen, that terrific burst of early pace. And yeah, okay, he'd much rather have been here for the Derby quarterfinals, but they've got to take that.
Yeah, it is what it is, obviously, and he's still very much alive in the Derby Plate. I think the track was running a bit slow, as much was made of that, wasn't it? I think 20 slow or so on Saturday night with the hot conditions.
Absolutely, and the second round as well. Remember Tyro Shea, given that was slow going, he broke the track record as well. But yeah, I mean, of course, has been pretty dry. There's lots of water being put on the track as well. Nevertheless, that, can speed it up. It's all about welfare, of course, and thankfully it is cool. It seems cooler tonight. Certainly the breeze is
better for the Greyhounds, I think.
Absolutely helping the Greyhounds at Kennelling, and of course, sort of in that post-race recovery situation. And of course, when we're looking at the Greyhounds in the Derby, the race Saturday, Tuesday, Saturday, 3 runs in 8 days. It's important that they recover quickly, and they do.
Yeah, when he breaks level, this dog, he's got that pace, isn't he, to go clear, and he wins really well. Let's go join Darryl Williams now with Happy Connections. Darryl.
Thank you very much, Anthony. And I guess it's a case of what might have been, isn't it, really, for De Rota's Wildcat. Ran so well early on in the Derby, took that early elimination, of course. Mark's with me, and Mark, of course, just saying to me, obviously bred the litter.
No, the litter was bred in Ireland by Paddy and Margaret Keel at the Forest Kennels for Jim Gurney and his connections. They are troopers to Neil there, and this is like the good litter. The second litter ate the bitch, the good litter, like, you know. Well, they're calling the good litter, which is a good litter.
It is a very good litter, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You know, it's just a shame he's way too late. Yeah,
It's in a way, it's a little bit frustrating, isn't it, Donna, that this has happened. Obviously, you know, if it happened the other, I mean, he ran such a good race in the second round, considering where he was, but there was just no way back, was there?
Not after the way he fluffed his lines, no. Unfortunately, he tried his best. He tried every effort, and then when he got there, I don't think he had a lot left. But yeah, it was a real shame, a real disappointment.
I mean, this is a good time. It's a sub-29 second run. He's flown into the semi-finals. You'd be hoping he can reproduce this and hopefully go all the way and pick up the consolation plate prize.
On paper, absolutely. But obviously, last week showed you that not everything goes to plan when you need it to. But the dog's more than good enough. So yeah, let's hope so.
Listen, well done. We'll see you back here on Saturday for the semi-finals. Thank you.
Yeah, well done to Donna Witchells looking after De Rota's Wildcat, who's won our first live race tonight. We're going to head off for a break now on the live Greyhound programme. But later on, of course, very much still alive in the Derby is Droopy's Buick. Will he go through the gears once again tonight?
Right, just in between breaks tonight with Sky, we'll have a quick chat with a few people that matter. As always, retired Greyhounds very much to the fore here at Towcester. Got a stand set up for tonight. Our regular welfare lady here who does a fantastic job. What a great night, we were just saying.
Oh, it's been a fabulous competition. It really has. It's been wonderful. You know, even on a Tuesday night, when you would think that lots of people might have better things to do because they've got work in the morning, they're here to watch the racing. The racing's been fantastic, and people have been incredibly generous. It's been a real example of just how generous Greyhound people can be, because people have come over with like 5, 10, 20 pound notes and just drop them in the pot. They've been wonderful. They've been absolutely wonderful. I'm so grateful to them.
Right, tell us what else you've got tonight, because you've got a few other bits and bobs as well.
Oh yes, we've got mugs. We've had quite a lot of those, and we've got some glassware and a few T-shirts that really are only for children. But the best of all, look at those. Stick on toaster nails.
I've heard it all. Stick on toaster nails. What evidence? You'll be wearing them. And just tell us about this fella. This is the former Swindon runner, is it not, Alan?
That's right. He raced for us at Swindon. Well, he raced at a few places, but he finished up at Swindon, trained by Kevin Hutton. And he was just such a fabulous dog. And when we brought him home, I wondered how he would get on with our Jack Russell. But who's the boss? It's the Jack Russell. And we've got 3 Greyhounds at home now. And who's the boss? It's still the Jack Russell. And he's only got 3 legs.
Good stuff, right? Well, I'm sure most people here tonight are genuine Greyhound people and know it, but if you are here with youngsters, come down and see Alan. He's an absolute gent. He's more interested on the track. I can't think why at the moment. Come and put a £5 in the pot or 2 for a fantastic cause. So have a great night, and we wish you best of luck in raising as much money as possible.
Now, we saw on Saturday night that Towcester do like to attract the family crowds. They've done so again tonight. Of course, they broke new ground, didn't they, with a children's race here at Towcester Greyhounds. And good to see the kids out enjoying the evening sunshine at Towcester. A little bit blustery tonight, but they're having fun. And come racing is definitely the message from Towcester. For those people who've never been before, it is well worth a visit to this fantastic stadium. Great facilities here, great viewing, easy to get a bet on. Hospitality is fantastic. It really is the go-to place for greyhound racing at the moment.
It is, and they'll be hosting the Derby lunch here on Wednesday week as well. And connections, of course, of tonight's quarter-finalists, hoping they can make it through to the semi-final, and then the greatest week of their entire greyhound lives, if they get to the final.
We're all building up, aren't we, to that night on July the 1st. Let's go and catch up with Julie Collier right now. Jules.
The track here for the second heat of the Derby Plate. This is Westway O'Neill, trained by Heather Dimmock, who went out with the first round of the Derby, takes his place here in the Derby Plate. And Heather, if he could just get his trapping right, he could be a good dog in this plate.
He could do. I mean, he stays on well. He was unlucky to get knocked out the first round, got bumped on the first bend. But all he's got to do is come away and get around the first bend in one piece.
Do you fancy him here?
Not strongly, no. But he is a good dog when he gets everything right. So you never know.
I wish you all the best. Good luck.
Thank you.
So Heather Dimmock there with the four-dog in this race. Westway O'Neill is Heather's runner here, who she was just talking about. The greyhound who was quite impressive in that trial, second at Central Park in its last race. And no joy behind King Kid in the Derby first round. But of course, this Derby Plate is geared towards greyhounds that have been knocked out of the Derby itself. Parade about to happen then. Trap 1's going to be the favourite. This is the second heat of the Derby Plate. First three qualify for the semi-final on June the 24th.
Bar the Warrior certainly well fancied here for the Yard Up and Happy Syndicate. Shane, Wayne, Carl, Paul, who's the boss, of course, Paul Dale, and Roger. Trevor says he's the happy one. I'm not too sure who the hard up is.
He won well here at an open race back in May. Third to Brinkley's King at Hove, of course, on his form card also. That was on Regency night, wasn't it? Bar the Warrior ran down there.
Adagio Gold runs out of trap 2 for Dick and Ann Barford, trained by Mark Wallace. Went out behind Shane Boy Freddie, then ran on late in a graded contest last week. Adagio Gold, not the greatest of trapper, but will try to get himself into the thick of things. It's going to be a big price.
Chili Squid is also a biggish price, double figure odds for Paul Young and the LDN Heating Syndicate. This greyhound's got form in S1 grade around Romford. He was 5th at Hove in his last start. Chili Squid might have to come from just off the pace to win, but he's got speed.
Running out of trap 4 is Westway O'Neill. It's a greyhound who's one of the least experienced here. You just heard from Heather Dimmock. He's a Notts 500 winner. He's a very strong running sort. Had absolutely no luck behind King Kid in the first round. Knocked around at the first bend, but subsequently run a good second at Central Park.
This is Powerful Boy, paraded by his trainer Seamus Gorn, owned by Anne Gorn. Won easily at Henlow, but was helped by Bother in behind that day. Got to the second round of the Derby and ran behind Shane Boy Freddie on that particular occasion. He's got speed to the bend. That's Powerful Boy.
Well, Magnus Razzle had a tough Derby campaign, had to contend with Priceless Brandy in the second round and found trouble before finishing down the field. But prior to that, had run a good second behind Swithin's Bray. Swithin's Bray takes his chance, of course, for Peter Cronin in tonight's quarter-finals. 29-27, Magnus Razzle will have his supporters running out wide.
Is it as simple as Bar the Warrior popping out, making all? Do you think?
I don't think it's ever as simple as that. Certainly, Bar the Warrior has plenty of support for him. 6-4 and a 5-4 now. Good win at Romford. Prior to that, absolutely bolted home at Crayford as well. You fancy he's going to come away a little bit better. Maybe the switch to the inside is going to be key for him. He ran out of 3 in the first round.
Let's go and find out if anybody's getting stuck in. Looks a bit quiet though, Matt, at the moment in that betting ring.
I tell you what, Enzo, a couple of moments ago, 2 bookmakers went 6-4, Bar the War. 2 bookmakers went 5-4. And just down the end, Flowers and Gorton have just gone 11-10. Bar the Warrior, they have shut up shop there. Barry Johnson, it will surprise little Barry, who's not here at the moment. They held out longest at 6-4, but quickly went into 5-4. Trap 5, Powerful Boys at 7-2, and between those two, Magnus Razzle at 3-1. But it is all about Bar the Warrior, Trap 1, in this Derby Heat 2. And as Enzo said, Errol, the chance here for Bar the Warrior is to ping out and make all. Not like you when it's your round, Errol.
I don't know about that. Trap 1 then, Bar the Warrior. Paul Dale's Greyhound, winner at Mildenhall a couple of times earlier in the year. Harlow, Towcester, Crayford and Romford. Does seem to like the sharper trips. The hare is on the move. Hare running for Bar the Warrior. around the 5-4 mark. Away they go for the second heat of the Derby Plate. Not such a great start from Bar the Warrior. Pacing up well, Westway O'Neill in 4. Here comes Bar the Warrior now to nip round in front. So Bar the Warrior quickens on from 4, Westway O'Neill. 6 improving, McGlass Razzle. After these comes 3, Chili Squad. And then after these we've got the 5. That's Powerful Boy at the back, Adagio Gold. Coming round the second arse bend and just cutting off the 6 there was Bar the Warrior. So Bar the Warrior leads here by a length. 6, McGlass Razzle's trying to come back at it as they get to the line. It's going to be mighty tight. Just, I think, 1 Bar the Warrior from 6, McGlass Razzle. We'll wait for the official announcement from the judge, but it's pretty tight in the end. 1 Bar the Warrior and 6, McGlass Razzle. They flash across the winning line in a tight call. Let's take a quick glance of what goes on. It's very tight. 6, McGlass Razzle got there. 6 has got there. A win for Trap 6, McGlass Razzle. Wins at 7-2 for Carol Weatherall. Got up right on the last stride to pip Bar the Warrior. In a tight call, Carol Weatherall's run up.
Cheers, mate. We'll meet again.
And there's the print, dipping at the right time. McGlass Razzle wins this Derby Plate Heat 2. Watching the action again, good speed, Bar the Warrior. Got inside the 4, Westway O'Neill, who out-trapped it. 6 slightly crowded there, McGlass Razzle. Starts to pick up ground down the far side ahead of Chili Squid. And Powerful Boy, Adagio Gold outpaced at the back. Just at this point here, you can see that McGlass Razzle just lost out by about half a length as 1 came across it. But fair play to the 6, it comes hard and fast as they get towards the line. Very tight, but 6 got there. McGlass Razzle dipping at the right time. Returned at 7-2. A gutsy display there from McGlass Razzle lads.
That late lunge has got him home, Errol. 6-1 and 3. We saw the print. It was very close. Poor old Bar the Warrior. Didn't really trap tonight, did he, Bar the Warrior? Had to do a lot of work to get to the front. He's been picked off late. 7-2, 5-4 favourite. Forecast 9.05, 36.65. Trap 3 also qualifies for the semi-finals on Saturday. Chili Squid is through, but McGlass Razzle, Carol Weather without a lot, were they, in the Derby itself, with Calico Ranger just missing out on Saturday in the third
It might be a tough watch, I think, for backers at Bar the Warrior, missing the break but rushing up, but could not hold the big finish of McGlass Razzle. If I'm not mistaken, of course, we run a media derby tipping competition backed by Star Sports, the Greyhound Writers Association involved, and if I'm not mistaken, the leader, Paul Brown of the Racing Post, he napped that at 7-2. Catch all the tips on bagsracing.com. He would have been thrilled. I'm pretty sure I heard his cheers ringing out from probably down south somewhere. But a fantastic effort from Carol Weatherall's ground, who didn't have the much luck in the second round, but ran, of course, a terrific race in the first round when just edged out by Swithin's Bray. And down the far side, you could see him making big ground. Had to just check his stride at the third bend here. And Bar the Warrior, of course, those couple of wins at Romford 400, 380, of course, at Crayford. He's done his utmost to hold the 6. No consolation for backers. He's going to be nailed late on. Well done to McGlass Razzle for Carol Weatherall. Bar the Warrior just nabbed, but of course does make it through to the semi-finals of the Derby Plate.
They're going to have to handicap that Paul Brown next year, aren't they? Give him like a -15 or something. Give us a start.
Tip.
Yeah, McGlass Razzle has got there in the final bout. Here's the start again. You can see messy in mid-pack, wasn't it? 4 cut across, Chili Squid slightly. 2 just missed the kick a bit, Adagio Gold. Pace outside from McGlass Razzle, and he got off to a good start. We expected 1 to show the fireworks early. He did do that, to be fair to him, Bar the Warrior. He did kick in the gears off the second turn. He opened up that lead. 6 was forced to check at the third bend, wanted to be back on the outside, but up the home straight. If you backed Bar the Warrior, you were just hoping for that winning line to appear, and it hasn't got there in time, because 6 has lunged on the outside. That late burst, that bit of stamina that Carol Weatherall's Greyhound possesses, that was telling, and McGlass Razzle has caught Bar the Warrior late in the piece. Well done to Trap 6, who wins our second live race, the second heat of the Derby Plate. Let's go and join Darryl.
Andy, thanks very much indeed. So McGlass Razzle has won. Let's get a word with Andy, who is not only the parader, but you double up as the owner, or maybe you're the owner doubling up as the parader, I'm not sure, but...
Bit of both. Darren had things on tonight. He asked me if I wanted to take the dog, and I'm highly delighted to. I've done it a couple of times before.
Where were you watching? Because from here, even on the screen, we couldn't tell.
I was just running across, trying to get there as quick as I could. I couldn't tell who'd won. When you're in the middle, you can't tell. I think the man with the 1 he'd won. I was listening to the commentator, and he was saying it's very close. And then I heard the result, and I thought I heard him say 6. So, and then somebody said 6 as 1. So I was highly delighted.
So into the semi-finals, of course, but he's no.
Yeah, we just lost the sound there. Apologies. Just lost the sound with Daryl's microphone interviewing the connections there of Trap 6. Got up late on, but they are thrilled with the run of Trap 6, saying it's a delight when he heard the result. It wasn't sure. I mean, watching it live, it was hard to tell, wasn't it, Hobbsy? With your expertly trained eye of judging these close calls, you're unsure who'd got there, but there's still proof that 6 had just about prevailed in the end, and it was a thrilling finish. But painful watch, no doubt, for favourite backers. We're going to head off for a very short break here on the live Greyhound action. Reminder, later on, we've got a massive clash. 2 of the big guns, Claire's Rocket and Bruiser's Bullet, going paw to paw. Welcome back to Towcester, the new home of the Greyhound Derby. It's the inaugural running of the Derby here, sponsored by Star Sports, and the track, which was running a little bit slow on Saturday, but looks in great condition tonight, doesn't it? There's the big screen in the middle of the track. Of course, the Greyhound track on the inside of the horse track that's here. It really is a fantastic venue for the Derby. And Julie Collier was in amongst the action. Let's go and join her right now.
Well, the atmosphere here ahead of the Derby quarterfinals is building. You can feel the tension amongst the trainers and owners here. I'm joined by John Mullins, who goes in the second quarterfinal with Calm Bray, who's going to be at a reasonable price tonight. How is he tonight?
Yeah, he's very well. I think the heat got to him Saturday. He seems a lot better today, so we're just hoping that he gets in the first three. I think he ran exceptionally well Saturday, considering he looked like he lost 3/4. Well, he had lost 3/4 of a kilo. He got in a lot of trouble. I think a lot of dogs would have down tools, so I was well pleased with him Saturday.
So fingers crossed for a big one tonight.
Very pleased, yeah, pleased, God willing.
There you go. John Mullins doesn't say that lightly. Take note. You can see up there, well, no guesses for figuring out who they are. The Pacey Bambi crew. I'm sure we'll be hearing from them a little later. But up here is Billy Boyle of Billy's Bullets, taking on Billy's Bullet, Bruiser's Bullet, taking on Claire's Rocket tonight, no less. How are you feeling about the race?
I'm feeling okay, to be fair. It's a great race. We're going to need a lot of luck. Saturday was quite tough on most of the dogs with the heat, and it's quite a short amount of time till today, so it's a different test of these dogs tonight. I'm hoping that he takes it in his stride. Mark's quietly confident. The dog seems to be well, so we move on to tonight.
You guys, you say you're getting more and more confident with each round, but Mark Wallace hiding in the restaurant. He said he's feeling the nerves tonight.
No. This dog, as you get longer and longer into the competition, he definitely brings more confidence to me, Billy and Mark. And after 8 races, he's getting better and better. So I can't see no reason why he can't lead tonight and maybe break the track record.
Oh, big words from the Bruiser's Bullet Collections. Listen, good luck. We're looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're quite confident, aren't they, Team Bruiser's Bullet? They think they can take down the Rocket tonight. It's going to be hopefully a mouth-watering clash. Let's hope both bring their A games to the table tonight and we have a proper race.
Definitely. I think let's get this out of the way. They both want to qualify. I mean, it's about qualification. That's the name of the game. Yes, bragging rights going to be fantastic going into the semi-finals. I think on third round form, difficult to suggest that
Bruiser's Bullet.
Yeah, Bruiser's Bullet, should beat Claire's Rocket really on the form of the third round. Having said that, he's an Irish superstar. We haven't seen the best of him yet. He was beaten by Bruiser's Bullet in that trial stakes, you remember, and it was a big price to do so. It was long odds on Claire's Rocket. I think we've seen subsequently the value that of that race and the fact that Mark Wallace always thought the world of him. He was known as Kingdom Legend. He was always marked #1 for the Derby, albeit being a lightly raced greyhound. And I think he's coming on in leaps and bounds. Billy's absolutely right in terms of the recovery. We don't know. He's a younger greyhound than Claire's Rocket. Claire's Rocket's he's a big race winner, Produce Stakes, Champion Stakes over in Ireland. I think the red should work for him again tonight. He had to battle, but when he did take off down the far side, he was very, very impressive, wasn't he, Claire's Rocket? I think we just hope that they get the clear runs and then it's race on.
Yep, let's hope so. I've got a feeling Claire's Rocket might break a bit quicker tonight. We shall see. This is the third heat to the Derby Plate coming up. First 3 will qualify for the semi-finals on the 24th. And there's Rav McNair parading Paradise Valdez for Liz McNair and the KSS Syndicate. This greyhound, who I thought was looking for the rails during the Derby, got bumped and knocked out in the opening round behind Murray Zacht. He's since had a spin at Hover again. He just met trouble in running Paradise Valdez. I think he's better than that with a clear run. He's still very young, isn't he? August 2015, still a puppy, Paradise Valdez.
Running out of track to his Burgess Papa, trained by David Mullins for Jim Parker and the Pymans Racing Club, went out behind the other Reg. Plenty of early pace.
Impressive guy, goes in 3, beat Rural Hawaii in a trial. He was unlucky, I thought, in his Derby heat as well. Lines up for Graham Holland in trap 3.
Black Zack runs out of trap 4 for Richard Rees, whose father and grandfather won Derby's, looking to land the Derby Plate with the greyhound, who's owned by Messrs Barnett and Hayes. Jerry Hayes, of course. Black Zack, runner-up in the Arc semi-finalists in the Scottish Derby.
got a former Irish Derby finalist here, Hobbsy. This is Sonic, also trained by Graham Holland, a greyhound who was very wide when he had his first look around here. He went out in the first round of the Derby, didn't he, behind Drippy's Wilbury, but I think he's better than that. Sonic, he's a class act, trap 5.
Yeah, beaten favourite in the Irish Derby, of course, one of 3 Graham Holland trained runners, and of course Graham won with Rural Hawaii. And finally, trap 6 Dunham Sleepy, owned and trained by Jane Houghton, part owned by husband Dave, and certainly plenty of local form here. Went out behind Ruby's Rascal in the first round of the Derby, subsequently come back and won a top grade 500-metre affair.
Interesting little event this, trap 4, the favourite for Richard Rees. So let's go and find out if there's any activity in the betting. I know Hobbsy fancies the 2-dog here, who's a 20-to-1 shot, Matt.
Well, I'll tell you what, Enzo, in the modern era, most bookmakers just all go the same price, but the 3 bookmakers on the end here are all going different prices. Look, Black Zack is 5-4 with Flowers and Corden, but then you come down to Barry Johnson, 13-8. Black Zack, a significant difference. And Sonic, if you move down to BG Racing, you come back at 15-8, which is top price with BG.
We are top price.
You are top price.
Yeah, top.
Anyone who wants to back Sonic, they come to this incredibly lovely shirt.
And your shirt. I like yours as well.
Well,
you lost a lot of weight.
I have, yeah. Maybe you could take a leaf out of my book. But 15-8, trap 5 Sonic, who is indeed a greyhound I have followed so closely in Ireland, and a greyhound that I have really looked forward to seeing here. Quite a powerful animal, Errol, is Sonic.
He certainly is, but he was a little bit wayward, wasn't he, when finishing 4th behind Droopy's Wilbury in the first round of the Derby. So he lines up here in the Derby plate. This is Heat 3. The hare is already in motion. Favourite in 4, Black Zack. Away they go. Moderate start, Black Zack, as they race up towards the first bend. Good speed coming from 3. Impressive Guy. It's going to lead him around that first bend. 5 tries to improve on the outside. That's Sonic. 1 gets a better run. Paradise Valdez. They're off in chase then. After these comes 4. That's Black Zack. 2 next. That's Burgess Papa as they head into the penultimate turn. And 6 Dunham Sleepy at the back as they come around the final bend. And 3 Impressive Guy. Still the lead of a length over Paradise Valdez, who's trying to reel it in as we race up towards the winner line. 3 Impressive Guy pulls out a little bit more to win by half length from 1 Paradise Valdez in second, and 5 Sonic in third. So winner 4 Graham Holland with Impressive Guy going on to score. Successful last year at Kilkenny and Shelbourne plus Harold's Cross in 28.66. A winner at Cork earlier in the year. Another first round casualty of the Derby. 29.26 is the winning time, I've been told, from Impressive Guy. Going on to win here for Graham Holland. Well, let's watch the race unfold again. You can see 2 just edged right a little bit. Burgess Papa leaving the traps, and despite brushing 3 Impressive Guy, that didn't halt this fella, because this Son of Romeo recruit showed good speed up to the first bend to take a hold of this race. Paradise Valdez and both Sonic were off in chase. There's a clarification of the time. In behind those came Burgess Papa and Black Zack, who was a bit disappointing at the traps. And when they come up towards the win line, just finding more all the way to the line to win by half length was Impressive Guy. Doing the business here in this third heat of the Derby plate. Anthony, Hobbsy, bit of a surprise here. Impressive Guy at 7-1.
Yes, 7-1 winner. Errol, Impressive Guy, did it from the front, beat 1 and 5. Black Zack, I'm afraid, very slowly away again, as he was in that Derby second round. You just can't afford to do that around here. He missed the break, rushed up and got in trouble, the favourite.
He did, and as 2 moved off, then Impressive Guy was under pressure going into that first bend, but he unleashed a good turn of early pace, and he's a greyhound who's got 5.50 form at Cork, so once in front, unlikely to be picked up. He was hanging tough towards the end. Impressive Guy, Paradise Valdez did what he could to get back at Impressive Guy, but the 3 held strong. He ran in the Commonwealth Cakes Puppy Stake at the back end of last year. Also the Howard's Cross Puppy Derby to boot as well. Impressive Guy, trained by Graham Holland for Larry O'Rourke. And Graham, well, he's on the mark tonight. Will Clare's rocket double his tally in what, 20 minutes or so's time, half an hour's time.
Yeah, Impressive Guy winning, holding off Paradise Valdez, who was trying to challenge him off the final bend. But as you say, the 3's got a bit of stamina in the locker, and it could be a good night for Graham Holland again. Sonic, I thought, ran a much better race in behind as well, so it's a 1-3 for the kennel An impressive guy in Sonic. And of course, they've got two in the same heat, haven't they, later on, with Bandana Claire, the backup act to Claire's Rocket in that first quarter-final.
Absolutely, yes, right. And of course, they're staying with Nick Sava at the famous Westmead Kennels, a kennel that has supplied so many Wimbledon Derby wins over the years, and of course had that great greyhound, the incomparable Westmead Hawk. Might not be a Westmead Hawk here, but certainly impressive guy. Was impressive in Heat 3 of the Derby Plate.
He was, and going on to win at 7-1. And beating Trap 1 Paradise Valdez into second place with the 5-6. Sonic, he does tend to go wide, doesn't he, around here? Just finds it a little bit difficult.
Yeah, he's not really handled the track at all, as he, Towcester. I mean, hopefully he's just going to improve. He's in the semi-finals now of the Plate. I mean, he's got huge ability as a young greyhound. You know, he was in the Irish Derby final. It was a tremendous success for Graham to have those three runners. He went off favourite. Of course, it was the veteran Rural Hawaii who came through to land the spoils.
Yep, talking of the Irish Derby, of course, great to have Shelbourne Park back, isn't it? Which is
absolutely.
Great news.
One of the best news that we had over the weekend. Shelbourne Park back racing tonight, brilliant.
Let's go downstairs and rejoin Darryl Williams.
Thank you, Anthony. It's busy half an hour for Graham here. Well done to get two through, obviously Sonic as well. This is a good performance, almost living up to his name there, impressive guy.
Well, we've been waiting a long time. Thankfully, he was impressive tonight, eh?
And the draw wasn't an issue in the end, was it?
No, he's quite okay from the middle there. As long as he can get his rail, you know, like he's a strong dog on the bunny. The time was there as well, so well happy for Larry.
Good run overall, absolutely. Well done to Larry. And drive on tip, of course, coming in the next heat as well.
Yeah, let's hope he's lucky again. Yeah.
What about this quarter-final then? Come on, you're deflecting maybe the attention away from the quarter-final, if you might. Two of them in the same heat tonight. Bandana Claire up against Claire's Rocket.
Yeah, I'm quite pleased Rocket's on the inside again. You know, like, I hope he comes away. You know, like, it's all about qualifying. He's got the fence, so fingers crossed. Claire's running out of her skin, but she was his kennel companion, and basically she come as a travelling companion.
Which is fantastic, isn't it? And so has she really surprised you that she's got to this stage? Top bitch, obviously.
Yeah, delighted with her. She's really taken to the track well. She's come into form, and it's always good to follow a bitch in form, you know.
And it's interesting you say you're happy with the red for Claire's Rocket again. Obviously, you know, it's a great record in one, isn't he? 4 from 4, but did you not think the other night just off the fence would have helped?
Well, if you take, he didn't break too well. If he was out in the middle, he'd be trying to get across dogs. At least he was pushing his way through, you know what I mean?
So you're ready for the rematch then with Bruisers? I mean, they're bullish, the guys up there, the owners. They're ready for, you know, 2-0 in their eyes, but...
Oh, I'm quite happy to be third to Bruisers Bullet. There's only one race I want to win.
Yeah, and we know which one that is. Well done, Graham. Good luck in the quarter-final. Thank you.
Now, the greyhound who's currently favourites to win the Star Sports Greyhound Derby is Tyra Shea. We're going to have to wait until the final quarter-finals to see him in action, but boy, was he impressive in the last round.
Tyra Shea out fast, but better pace coming from both Knockout Spring and also 3 Droopy's Acrobat. As they come around the final bend, it's Forrest Cott who just hit the front, now being gobbled up by Tyra Shea, who wins from off the pace and belts up.
Tyra Shea is a big player in this year's Star Sports English Greyhound Derby, no question.
Thoroughly enjoying our coverage with Sky Sports this evening, but in between we're catching up with a few of the characters here. Carl, who works with Barry Johnson every single meeting here at Towcester. Carl, looking forward to the quarterfinals. We're not far away now of this fantastic derby. Your thoughts on it so far?
Yeah, very good, very exciting. Some good dogs still left in. Seen money for Bruiser's Bullet already tonight. Tyra Shea will be well backed.
And overall, is there anything that you do not want winning?
Yeah, Bruiser's Bullet.
And over, I mean, your personal opinion, what people forget is that you lot down here actually aren't bad judges, some say. Your thoughts personally?
Yeah, I think Tyra Shea will be hard to beat.
That run a few weeks ago was very impressive, wasn't it? Hard to pick holes in.
Well, it can do it either way, you know, from the front or the back.
And tell us, how's business been on a general basis, particularly the early rounds?
Yeah, very good, very good. It's got increasingly busier. Saturday was very good, very busy.
And of course, Barry, a busy man looking after the horses as well. So he's at Ascot, no doubt, enjoying the champagne lifestyle.
That's it, you got it.
You're here on the Tuesday, working hard.
Correct.
Good man. Well, we hope it's a half-decent night for you, but I hope the punters don't do too well. And we might catch up later about your overall view after the quarterfinals.
Yeah, brilliant. Thanks very much.
Good stuff. That's our on-track layers here. Regular barrier course here. Pointed out at Ascot today, but the hard-working team behind him looking after the dogs as always here at Towcester.
Heading towards the track here at Towcester. Here's Sneezy's Martin, who goes in this fourth heat of the Derby Plate. I'm joined by Nathan Hunt here. Really speedy from the boxes, isn't he? Pretty reliable as well from the traps.
Yeah, he's got a good turn of foot out the boxes. The long run up to the bend suits him. Run well last week at Swindon. Out of trap 6, we've changed his seat to rails. Hopefully, you know, he doesn't have to clear anyone tonight. So hopefully he can get a nice run on the rails and hopefully lead on the first bend, because he'll need to, because 500 metres is a little bit too far for him at the moment. But listen, it's a good race. We just hope we qualify.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, good luck to Nathan, who's looking after Sneezy's Martin here for his governor Phil Simmons. Trap 1's a 6-1 shot. Drive on Tip is the hot favourite to give Graham Holland a Derby Plate double. This greyhound has got loads of class, but tricky draw perhaps with Sneezy's Martin. Maybe a greyhound who can be a greyhound who head towards the middle of the track. We shall see, but Drive on Tip is the class act. 10-11 is the current price, and it's then 5-1 Rising Razor, who won at Central Park just recently. 11-2 about the 6 Master Kelly for Hazel Kemp, the local runner. And they've got 8-1 Trap 5 Grace's Blue Boy, who was a recent winner at Romford on Friday night, and the outsider was Capricorn Alpha Mark Wallace. But Drive on Tip's a classy dog, isn't he, from Ireland?
He certainly is. Former track record holder, of course. Broke the track record in a trial stakes for the Derby. Drive on Tip. Things didn't go quite right in the race. Won by Black Zack, but has come out subsequently and run a good trial at home. I think the irony is certainly runs better. Towcester better than maybe Sonic does. Sonic ran a faster trial at home, so maybe it is a horses for courses situation, but Drive on Tip's got to come away. If he does that, then certainly, you know, he's likely to justify favouritism.
Let's go back to Julie and find out who she's caught up with now. Jules?
Well, Master Kelly is seriously keen to get to the racetrack here. He's a keen dog, isn't he?
Yeah, he's always very keen. He loves his racing, yeah.
And Hazel, a dog with really good all-round pace, a real solid greyhound. He's got a big chance here.
Yeah, but it's all about trapping, isn't it? And look, Julie, the class of dog, you know, down here is unbelievable. It's just great to be here and part of it, yeah.
We love Master Kelly. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Still 10 to 11 about Trap 2. Drive on Tip then is the favourite here, but it's a decent race, isn't it? There's a few greyhounds in here with a lot of class, and Mark Wallace's dog's the outsider at 10 to 1. Sneezy's Martin's got some good form. Master Kelly, we just heard about there, is a greyhound who's got local knowledge, bit of form as well.
He certainly has. You know, that's going to help him, no question about that. That's host of form. Sneezer's Martin was a greyhound who ran, I thought, well, during the Bags Track Championship, showed plenty of speed for Phil Simmons, and Nathan Hunt's got that.
Did he win the first race? I think he did.
Yeah, he's certainly was there on final afternoon. Showed terrific speed, didn't he? And nevertheless, he's got the greyhound who set new figures here on his outside Drive on Tip in 2.
Here is Sneezy's Martin for Phil Simmons, and Messrs Green and Hatton, as you say, a star for Romford during the Bags Track Championship last year, and was a winner at Swindon as well last week. Sneezy's Martin.
Well, Graham Holland's looking for a quick fire double, courtesy of Drive on Tip. Same owner, of course, Larry O'Rourke, and Drive on Tip. Yeah, no joy in the first round of the Star Sports Derby, but prior to that, really did impress. 29.04, a best time.
Capaquin Owl is in Trap 3 here for trainer Mark Wallace. No joy in the Derby for this greyhound, and the owners ring a bell, don't they? Brian Usher, Scott Fraser, and Mr. Thompson. Is that Cornamaddie Jumbo?
Certainly, yeah, Cornamaddie Jumbo. They were involved in many top greyhounds, of which one of them is the Greyhound of the Year, or was the Greyhound of the Year, Cornamaddie Jumbo. Capaquin Owl runs out of 3. Rising Razor runs out of Trap 4 for David Mullins, and Mr. Mill was in good winning form at Central Park Sitting Board last time. Rising Ranger went out behind Brinkley's King in the first round of the Derby, but it's a pretty lightly race and still potentially an improver.
Kevin Boone never rests on his laurels. This greyhound won on Friday night, Grace's Blue Boy, but is back for a crack at the Derby plate. Grace's Blue Boy won over 6 pens at Romford and ran well in the first round of the Derby. Narrowly knocked out in the second round, Grace's Blue Boy.
And finally, Trap 6 is Master Kelly. You've heard from trainer Hazel Kemp, and the Bodell boys looking for a big run from Master Kelly.
Should we go and find out what Matt Chapman's been up to? Let's go and join him right now.
Well, I tell you what, Enzo, quite a nice shot down here. The man who had the vision for Towcester, Lord Hesketh, and the man who's sponsoring the Greyhound Derby, Star Sports, Lord H quarterfinals tonight. It's a big night for Towcester.
Well, it gets bigger every night. It's going to be bigger on Saturday, and next week it's going to be huge. And without this great man here, Spirit of Private Enterprise, who brought everyone up from Ascot direct in a helicopter to guarantee wall-to-wall service at the 2 biggest meetings of the fortnight.
Is this proving to be what you always dreamed of, Lord H?
Good question. I hope so. I'm pretty sure it is. And with a sponsor like this, who could go wrong?
I won't answer that question now, but we thank, of course, Ben and Star Sports for this. But we'll get to you later. And as for those glasses, well, who knows what future that could be? Crikey, I'm sure I wore those at the cinema when I saw Wonder Woman the other day. Anyway, Drive on Tip is 10 to 11 here. Quite a short price for Graham Holland. And the Greyhounds are behind the traps and going to start loading up. Errol Blythe. I bet, Errol, you've been to see Wonder Woman.
Not my kind of thing, Matt, not my kind of thing. But Drive on Tip will be many people's kind of thing, because this is the greyhound that broke the track record here at Towcester on the trial stakes races, but unfortunately went out in the first round after a missed break in behind Black Zack. This is Heat 4 of the Derby plate. Favourite in Trap 2, Drive on Tip for Graham Holland. Strong running type. Here comes the hare, and away they go. Oh, he's flashed out. Drive on Tip has absolutely flown out of the boxes from 5. Grace's Blue Boy in second. After these comes 1. Sneezy's Martin as they head down the far side then. And Drive on Tip with a length and a half lead over 5. Grace's Blue Boy, who's running a huge race for Kevin Boone, and gets inside Drive on Tip into that third turn. So it's 5. Grace's Blue Boy with this lead from Drive on Tip that's trying to raise its game again. But Grace's Blue Boy, he's a 2-length leader to the line. Grace's Blue Boy beats Drive on Tip, and over the line in third was 4, Rising Razor. Well, Trap 5, Grace's Blue Boy. Greyhound that does seem to be improving now. Took an age to get a win under its belt on these shores, and that win came after being knocked out of the Derby at Romford just the other day on the 16th of June. However, 28.89. He did have form in Ireland, of course, Grace's Blue Boy, winning at Shelbourne on a couple of occasions back in 2016. And this is going to be another cracking night for Kevin. We'll find out, of course, as the evening progresses. with 2 through to the quarterfinals of the Star Sports Derby. But here, you must be ecstatic that the improvement is coming from Grace's Blue Boy. It took its time, but this Blue Boy is certainly finding his feet here at Towcester. Well, drive on tip, no excuses. Couldn't have come out any quicker. There's me saying he's a strong type, not expecting him to absolutely fly out of the boxes like that. Well, that's what he did. He flew, got the braking spot on, did drive on tip. Of course, the track record holder here at Towcester earlier in the year, back on the 29th of April, did the clock. But has been taken apart by Grace's Blue Boy. That Greyhound turned in second place at the first bend with a good 2 lengths to make up on drive on tip. And I have to say, he's wiped the floor. Grace's Blue Boy, who went 10 races without a win, then won at Romford over 575 metres, back here at Towcester, back for the Derby plate. And he's going to be a threat to all, isn't he, on that kind of form. Great run from Grace's Blue Boy. And a win for Kevin Boone. Going on to win then from drive on tip and Rising Razor, the third qualifier here for this 4th heat of the Derby plate. Enzo Hobbsy, a little bit of a shock.
That was a real wow moment there, wasn't it? What a performance from Grace's Blue Boy. When drive on tip pinged out, we thought it's drive on tip against the clock. It's a question of how far. A classy Greyhound, former track record holder, you thought he'd win by 5 or 6 lengths. But this Greyhound had other ideas. And Kevin Boone, who loves to spoil the party, what a quick time. Grace's Blue Boy. Romford winner Friday night over 6 bends. This was electric, Hobbsy.
Stunning performance, I think, from Grace's Blue Boy, because, as you say, out the boxes, flashy start from drive on tip, just drifting off down the far side, but who really could have suspected that was going to be the case? Grace's Blue Boy is going to come through. Well, certainly those that are at Romford on Friday night, 35-27. It's clearly the making of this Greyhound. He broke his duck at the 11th time of asking for Kevin Boone, and run pretty good races, it has to be said, in the first and second rounds of the Derby. Finished 3rd behind Ruby's Rascal, then 4th behind Razzle Dazzle Tina. And he was only beaten a length, so clearly, as Errol says, improving. But nevertheless, a remarkable performance from Grace's Blue Boy. Kevin be delighted. He's into the semi-finals. Another big prize. And, of course, he's having a terrific Star Sports Derby campaign. Still has 2 runners, Shane Boy Freddie and Murray's Act, representing himself and wife Una, and Catherine Ty, of course, kennel hand there. They'll be thrilled.
How does he do it, Kevin Boone? He keeps finding these greyhounds that surprise us and put in these stellar performances, and that's what it was from Grace's Blue Boy, to pick up drive on tip and blow him away down the far side. That was electric from this son of Tully Murray Act, and he is through to the final, so the semi-finals of the Derby plate. And you know, he might just give De Rota's Wildcat something to think about on that evidence, because that was a very fast time indeed. And Kevin Boone is just down there posing for the photo. We're going to hear from Darryl in a few moments. But here's the run-up again. At this point, it was a question of how far. Was it drive on tip, on the bunny? You'd have thought good night.
Well, that 29.04 best time was a previous track record. But nevertheless, down the far side, as he drifted off course and ahead, drive on tip, left the way for Grace's Blue Boy. Was he good enough to take it? Boy, yes, he was.
Shall we go down then and hear from Darryl? Here he is.
Anthony, thank you very much. Let's find out from Kevin. Because the question up there was, how does he do it, Kevin Boone? How do you do it, Kevin?
They just get fed well and watered, and really it's all down to young Catherine Tighe, who's my kennel hand, because she just gets a job sheet every day. But it just proved, I never ever go back and have a look if she's done it or not, and it just proved that what I tell her to do, she does. And I would say she's one of the best kennel hands in the country, because she's so dedicated. It's unbelievable, to be fair. So, yeah, a lot of these dogs are down to what she does, and it's a team. It isn't just about Kevin Boone. It's the team range. I've got my wife who comes, Catherine, who does all the dogs, day in and day out, 6 days out of 6, and me and Una do the Sunday. But, it's just a team affair, and but she's a massive player in that team affair.
And the clue was there, wasn't it, on the back of that Romford win the other night, of course?
Yeah, I've only had the dog just over a month, I think. He's had 4 runs with me, and we've won twice. But when Patrick mentioned it to me, he said he was a good dog, and he'd been knocked over around Romford, and I'd been watching him, and I thought when I had the chance to buy him, we brought him, because I knew he would stay this 500 very easy, and I popped him around Romford the other night in a maiden, just because the gallops at home have been too hard. So that was his bit of work for the week. But unfortunately, he ran a 35.27, so I was well chuffed, and I knew he'd be all right for tonight. This dog liked to run. You can tell he want to run. So he ain't a dog you just got to keep holding back on. So
we look forward to the semi-finals with him, and hopefully semi-finals are bound, of course, for your two in the Derby quarter-finals. Tell us about Shane Boy Freddie first of all. I mean, he's just so consistent, Kevin, out there in trap 5. What's he going to do when the box is open?
I just got to hope he makes it sort of like 5 on the trot, because he pinged in his trials. He's had his 3 races and he's pinged. It's a good make-up of the race, because we got Claire's Rocket in 1, and then a finisher in 2. Another quick star in 3, then a finisher in 4, then Freddie. But Freddie has got to lead this race to stand.
It's absolutely key, isn't it?
That is key. He's got to he must lead round the bend, unless he does run the race of what he ran the other night. And I thought, when he was driving the bend the other night next to Billy's Bruiser's Bullet, I thought that was an exceptional run, because he did try 3 or 4 times to go past him. So you never know. You just don't know in this game.
I know he's your pride and joy. You talk about him so enthusiastically, but let's not forget Murray's Act, who's there as well in the 6th box. What would you make of his chances?
Well, he needs a clear run. I mean, the last 2 runs he's had, it's unbelievable how he's qualified, to be fair. But he's a game dog, and he did get upset on Saturday night in the kennels. He can't stand the heat. But he come out here and he done his business. So we're well happy. And like I say, everyone in the kennels is trying their best to keep everywhere cool. And it's been good. Very, the staff who are in that kennel block, they just can't do nothing more for you. And same with the vet. The vet is fantastic here. Unbelievable what they've done over them kennels. So
that is so good to hear. Good luck with your 2, and hopefully you're back for those semi-finals, Derby semi-finals, come Saturday.
Yeah, it'd be very nice. But again, full respect to the other 5 dogs. Look, it is the last 24 out of 196. So, but all 6 of us want to go through. There's no beating that bush. We do want to go through, but you've got to take what will be on the night, and that's how it is.
Excellent. Thank you, Kevin.
Thanks very much.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
Now, of course, the next race is the first of the Derby quarterfinals. We'll have no more commercial breaks now until after those 4 races have been completed. So plenty of time to sort of take in what's happening in the Derby. That was impressive, though, wasn't it, from Kevin Boone's dog, Grace's Blue Boy there. Claire's Rocket, I can hear over my shoulder, 6-4 in the ring. This is it, isn't it? Massive clash against Bruiser's Bullet. But it's all about qualification, as you say, for Saturday's semi-final.
Absolutely. They just want to get through. They want to be back here on Saturday. I think, as Kevin touched upon there, you know, out of 196 dogs who are into the last 24, that's some achievement in itself. And of course, you know, connections of Claire's Rocket, connections of Bruiser's Bullet in particular. I think they've been so impressive up to now. Unbeaten Greyhounds are looking, well, certainly Claire's Rocket is, be looking to progress even further and have their sights firmly set on £175,000 first prize on July 1.
Of course, they're all worth £1,000, these quarterfinals, aren't they? So good prize money up for grabs. 6-4, you can see Claire's Rocket is the favourite. 7-4, Bruiser's Bullet. And that, of course, they met in that trial stakes, didn't they? I think Claire's Rocket was in 6 that night. Bruiser's was in 3, the same trap as he's in again.
It's a massive turnaround. I mean, he won on merit. I thought it was a fair run in behind. But, you know, difference is that, in trap 1 now. Now, he will look to come off. I mean, he did on Saturday. But, you know, he had the strength to sort of force his way through Claire's Rocket. And it'd be just interesting if Bruiser's Bullet led and Claire's Rocket turned second, then if the Irish dog could close on the English dog. But, you know, I think Mark Wallace and Graham Holland, were the champion trainers at both sides of the Irish Sea. I said earlier, it's as much a test of the trainers as it is of the Greyhounds in terms of the recovery from, you know, Saturday to Tuesday, and then knowing they've got the semi-finals to boot and the final as well.
There he is, Claire's Rocket, one of the fastest Greyhounds that Graham Holland's put a lead on. He really is the real deal, and he's taking on Bruiser's Bullet. And of course, we should mention the Greyhound out in trap 6, Flesh from the Shesh as well, who of course ran a great race.
I mean, he's got serious speed, that dog, isn't he, really? I mean, for young Alfie Herbert, they're having just the most fantastic of times. And, you know, he was tremendous at the weekend, just being edged out by Claire's Rocket. I think they'd take that once again to be in the semi-finals. But, you know, saw the terrific early pace of Dorota's Wildcat. Probably remiss of me not to mention Fresh from the Shesh, because, again, he's got that scintillating burst. Didn't really track that well on Saturday, but he flew to the turn. And they'd be, you know, looking for maybe a little bit of crowding on the inside, and we've seen that on 1 or 2 occasions, certainly amongst the inside runners here at Towcester. Could take advantage of that. A postscript to our last race, bagsracing.com. Good nap from Paul Millward, of course.
Okay. You know. Who runs the tipping
who
thing?
runs the tipping competition. Yes, but
no, it was there. It's all legit.
Okay.
He's an honest man. He's an honest man, that Millward. Well done to Paul Millward, who napped that winner there, Grace's Blue Boy, at a big price. Don't think he's going to catch Paul Brown, though. Can anybody catch Paul Brown? I don't think so at the moment.
Need a big gust of wind to catch Paul Brown, I think. We've got it here tonight.
And a 66-1 winner on final night.
Yeah.
We're going to go across live now to our reporter, Julie Collier. Let's go and join her, Jules.
And here is Fresh from the Sesh running from trap 6. He's just had a nice little cuddle, so if that's good preparation for a quarter-final, he's had plenty of it from Neil here. You clearly think the world of him.
He's the only one we got, so you've got to give him the best and look after him. But you look at him more, you think everything's right, everything's wrong. You can stand to him now. He's just got to do his best and hopefully we qualify.
He's done so well in this competition, but you were just saying, you know, really taking on the big boys now.
He hasn't got the time some of the others have got at the end of the day, but it's all about getting third. Proves your bonuses. He's just about getting third.
And he can, can't he?
Hope so. I really hope so.
I can sense the nerves in your voice.
Yeah.
I'll let you get to the track. Good luck.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Neil Herbert's own greyhounds, hasn't he, down the years? Of course, his son trains Fresh from the Sesh, who goes out of trap 6 here. We've got Shane Boy Freddy. We shouldn't rule out Kevin Boone's working his magic and getting this greyhound through to the semi-finals. He was there, wasn't he, last year? We've got Ballinaclure Clare in trap 4 for Graham Holland. Astute Missile as well. Seamus Cahill with a quartet of runners. The only man with 4 still left in this year's Greyhound Derby.
Yeah, strong running sort. You wouldn't say he's the greatest of trappers. And having said that, I thought all Seamus's greyhounds ran tremendous races, and especially from the boxes, they were out and running. Astute Missile gave himself a massive chance to beat Kullavani Mason. Ran a really, really good race. Can he now cope with the zip of Claire's Rocket on his inside, Bruiser's Bullet on his outside? In terms of leading contenders for the Star Sports Greyhound Derby, you're looking at 2 of the major ones.
And of course, Seamus had 2 semi-finalists last year with Southfield Jock and Ballymatt Brogan. He wants to go that next step, doesn't he? Get a finalist now.
Absolutely. And again, I reiterate, it's about getting into the semi-finals and just taking it one step at a time. But here come the runners, and you can feel the tension, I have to say. It's great stuff. You can see Graham Holland there leading Claire's Rocket, Teresa Cahill in behind, Daniel Wallace, of course, and you know, reiterate once again, we now have the leading trainers, the champion trainers from England and Ireland now doing battle.
3 to qualify for the semi-finals. This is the first quarter-final of the Star Sports English Greyhound Derby for 2017. There's a look at trap 6, Fresh from the Sesh for the Feeling Fresh Syndicate and Alfie Herbert. Teresa Cahill parading Astute Missile for Seamus and Astute Electronics. Bruiser's Bullet in trap 3. There's Kevin Boone with Shane Boy Freddy. Ballinaclure Clare in trap 4 for the Full House Syndicate, who also own Claire's Rocket. Son of Confident Rankin in trap 1, the Irish champion, former champion stakes winner in Ireland. He's a 7-4 joint favourite now with Bruiser's Bullet as they come out and prepare for the parade. The traps just swinging out, getting ready for the first of the quarterfinals. So we get a flavour of the market now as we head out and join Matt Chapman down there in the betting ring. Matt.
And Enzo, I'm joined by Ben here, of course, of Star Sports. Ben, got all sorts of specials for the Star Sports Greyhound Derby.
£150.
But as you take a nice few 50s there on Claire's Rocket, was that?
No, that was on the 2 dog.
Okay.
At the top.
Tell me, what's the worst result for you tonight?
JT Jet to qualify.
So anything but JT?
Yeah, I think JT Jet at the moment he'd still be our bogey in the anti-post book, yeah.
And although Claire's Rocket keeps winning, is there a feeling that this greyhound is just a little bit vulnerable?
Look, as a punter, there are dogs and horses that punters naturally want to back. They look like dogs and horses that you want to be on, and there are dogs that look a natural lay. Claire's Rocket sometimes misses the break. You know, which trap does he want to run from? As a bookie, I want to lay him.
Want to lay Claire's Rocket? Well, you're not at the moment. 7-4 joints. You've got to go 2s, 9-4, Claire's Rocket. And of course, if you think all the big guns are going to win tonight, you can get the treble here. Claire's Rocket, Buick, Shea, 10-1, those 3. It's the kind of bet that Hobbsy likes. All the shorties.
He does. Right, he also likes Claire's Rocket, who is trained by Graham Holland for the Full House Syndicate, unbeaten in the competition so far. Won despite not trapping well on Saturday night. They used the original anti-post favourite. He's a class act. Claire's Rocket, trap 1 for Graham Holland.
Running it out of trap 2 in this first quarter-final of the Derby is Astute Missile, trained by Seamus Cahill for the Astute Electronics Syndicate, led up by Seamus' wife, Teresa Ground, who ran a cracker in the 3rd round to be just edged out behind Kullavani Mason, has got form over further than tonight's 500, will be keeping up the pressure.
Seamus and Teresa, no winners on Saturday, but 4 qualifiers, and that's what counts. Bruiser's Bullet lines up in trap 3 for the champion trainer Mark Wallace, paraded by his son, owned by Billy Boyle and Stephen Potter. He was so impressive, did the quickest time here in the 3rd round. He beat Claire's Rocket, of course, in that trial stakes here in early May. He's a live player for Mark Wallace. His only one left. Bruiser's Bullet, trap 3.
Now, in terms of the only one left, we have one bitch going in the last 24. Her name is Ballinakil Claire. She runs out of trap 4 for Graham Holland. And once again, Claire's Rocket's owners a full house syndicate. She chased home Bruiser's Bullet. She looked in a tough position off the second bend, but showed great resolution as well. Can she break from trap 4? Didn't on Saturday. Maybe she will second time up from the blackjack.
One of the toughest greyhounds in training is Shane Boy Freddy, owned, trained and paraded by Kevin Boone. He did well to qualify behind Bruiser's Bullet here in the 3rd round. He won the 1st round, he won in the 2nd round as well. Semi-finalist, of course, at Wimbledon last year. Freddy in 5.
Well, for the Feeling Fresh syndicate, we have Fresh from the Sesh, trained by young Alfie Herbert, led up by proud father Neil, and Fresh from the Sesh in terms of terrific early speed. It's got bundles of it. If there's any crowding on the inside, you can see the 6 flying clear. It's got to get round those Shane Boy Freddy, of course, I think in his 5th Derby campaign. Julie's caught up with someone on the terraces. Who are they cheering on, Jules?
Only champion trainer Mark Wallace. Bruiser's Bullet, of course, was the fastest in the 3rd round. He looks incredibly well on parade. Mark, you feeling confident?
Not confident, but optimistic and hopeful. It's all about qualifying, so anything in the first 3 we'll take now.
And you just pointed out to me, you know, he's very, very young. You would even think about next year's Derby, obviously, but at May 15, we can expect him to still be improving. He certainly looks that way.
Yeah, I think people are forgetting he's only had 8 or 9 races in his life, so to be thrown in such a hot heat of a quarterfinal like this is not easy, and he hasn't had an easy heat in any of the rounds so far, and he's come through, and hopefully he can come through tonight.
Looking forward to this one very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
OK, the last 2 going in then for the quarterfinal, the first quarterfinal, the Star Sports Greyhound Derby. They're all in. A quick intake of breath. We get 3 qualify for Saturday's semi-finals. The hare is on the move, hare running. The big 2, Claire's Rocket in 1, Bruiser's Bullet in 3. Joint favourites on our last show. Here comes the hare. And away they go. It's a decent start. Bruiser's Bullet. Better start. Claire's Rocket as well. And that's going to go on and lead. It's Claire's Rocket who goes on. Stops Fresh from the Sesh at the bend. After these comes 2. That's Astute Missile and 5. Shane Boy Freddy's the head down the far side. It's Claire's Rocket in a different county here. Some 6 lengths clear from Astute Missile in 2nd. The others bunching up for 3rd at the moment. 5. Shane Boy Freddy in 3. Bruiser's Bullet. But as they race towards the line, Claire's Rocket will win for Ireland. Beats Astute Missile in 2nd. 3, Bruiser's Bullet is through in 3rd. Well, drama as per usual in a Greyhound Derby. Claire's Rocket trapped, early pace, led, destroyed the field here. 28.99, the winning time from Claire's Rocket. Let's get some reaction. I understand Mark Wallace is with Jules.
Yeah, of course, it's not just about the winners, it is all about qualifying, and my gosh, Mark Wallace's heart was in his mouth there. Big relief sigh at the end there.
Yeah, massive run at the end there. I thought he was definitely out down the back straight. Claire's Rocket, awesome. And our fellas, you know, for a young dog, has done ever so well to qualify there. So we'll be back Saturday, and that's the main thing.
Well done.
Thank you.
Yes, a massive run from all 3. Let's watch it again when they come out of the boxes. You can see the speed of Claire's Rocket takes it to the front. Hard luck stories, of course. No doubt there will be some. Ballinakil Claire desperately unlucky trying to get to the rails. Dropped back early. Claire's Rocket took them apart down the far side. Astute Missile moved into a definite 2nd, and then it was a case of who's going to qualify for that semi-final. Shane Boy Freddy, who went out of the semi-finals last year, this time has gone out in the quarter-final stage of the Star Sports Greyhound Derby, as Bruiser's Bullet was just too strong and qualified in 3rd place. Claire's Rocket doing a great run here for Graham Holland. He did like the red jacket, of course, when we saw him back on Saturday in the 3rd round, and he loved it here. He was able to boss him by keeping that inside lane at that first bend. He bossed around Fresh from the Sesh at the turn as well, who tried to nip round the youngster, the youngest of the party, of course. We've lost the lightest in the party, Ballinkill Clare. We've lost the youngest in the party, Fresh from the Sesh. But we've seen the experience of Clare's Rocket, who absolutely destroyed the field here. Winner of the Produce Stakes, of course, last year. Winner of the Champion Stakes as well. A greyhound that's got sheer speed. Let's take a look as they leave the boxes here. Almost as one. Clare's Rocket, Astute Missile and Bruiser's Bullet. But bossing them, Clare's Rocket just moving off that rails position slightly. Astute Missile had nowhere to go. Bruiser's Bullet desperate to get in towards the rails. Fresh from the Sesh appears at the bend but just can't get round as he get a body charge from Clare's Rocket at the turn. And Clare's Rocket was away and gone down the back straight. And it was poetry in motion thereafter as Clare's Rocket wins for Graham Holland and through to Saturday's semi-finals, along with a very brave Astute Missile for Seamus Carhill in second place. And third, Bruiser's Bullet for Mark Wallace.
Many congratulations to those three, Errol, who've got through to the semi-finals of the Greyhound Derby. Clare's Rocket was a very impressive winner. That was awesome from the Rocket. Astute Missile qualifying in second, staying on strongly. And Bruiser's Bullet getting through for Mark Wallace. Relief from the camp in third. We lose Ballinkill Clare, the only bitch. We lose Shane Boy Freddy, and we lose Fresh from the Sesh. You got a broadside from Clare's Rocket at the first bend. But what a run from the Irish Greyhound, who has looked now every inch a Derby winner on that evidence. That was supreme. 28.99. He came out the boxes quickly. That was the difference, wasn't it? If he gets out the traps, he is capable of anything, this dog. Let's go and join Darryl Williams, who's got the Greyhound with him down there.
Thanks very much. We've just witnessed an incredible performance. I'm not sure he's a Spurs supporter, Graham, to be honest, but he's got to wear that for the moment. But
He don't mind.
He doesn't mind, does he? You said to me earlier, it's all about one race, but I tell you what, he's run a mighty race tonight to get into the semi-finals.
He's a good dog. So you had a bit of luck in the draw. We had the inside again, and that's what it's about. It's about qualifying, really. It's lovely to win, but don't get me wrong. Like I say, there's only one race to win, but because he's got the fence, he does very well after stepping out. You know what I mean? And if you looked at the six trying to get across him at the first bend, and that helped him where he was. You know what I mean?
He's very clever, isn't he? Because he's used that rail straw so effectively by just edging off and just holding up the opposition, including, unfortunately, Ballinkill Clare, who's involved in a sort of scrimmage to try and get across as well. But by holding his position, that's won him the race, isn't it?
Well, that's what dog racing about. He's got the courage, you know what I mean? He doesn't give, he pushes.
If you could pick your draw now for the semi-final, would you take red again, or you still be looking for a slightly wider draw?
It all depends. If you took the middle, you wouldn't want as much early pace up the inside, so I'd take red again.
Is he where you want him to be now? What are we? I mean, I know we keep talking about the 1st of July, but we're a week and a half away. We're 2 races away. Is he where you want him to be?
Well, he's coming out the races very well. We'll see what he's like tomorrow, but I'm quite confident he's taking it in his stride at the moment.
You're enjoying this run, aren't you? This Derby dream, this Derby ride?
You always do, you know what I mean? It's a trainer's ambition to win the Derby. It's the pinnacle in your career. Luckily enough, I won an Irish Derby. You just dream on, you know.
You're very relaxed, Graham. You take it all in your stride. At some stage, you know, you've got to start thinking we're close now. We're one step away from the final now.
When Ben actually says he's a dog he wants to lay, it gives me confidence. So I just keep on laying him, Ben, and I'm delighted.
Listen, he's serving you so well, and we'll see him back here on Saturday. Thank you, Graham.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here at the cooling station with the qualifiers, Teresa Carhill with the Astute Missile here. Teresa, your dogs are running out of their skin.
Yeah, they're really running well. They like the bit of sunshine like us all, Julie, so long may it continue.
4 in the quarterfinals. Can you get 4 through to the semis?
I don't know, I'm going back to the paddock in a minute, and we've got 2 in the next race, so hopefully we can get something qualified in there. Forrest Con is well drawn, but he's got to come away. He can't keep, breaking like that, so hopefully we can.
Well done with the Astute Missile anyway. You've certainly got 1 through. Daniel Wallace is here with Bruiser's Bullet. I spoke to your dad, but it was heart and mouth time for a little while, wasn't it? He's done so well.
Yeah, it was really. He's been murdered at the bend, and I thought he was out for a minute, but he's got the heart of a lion, he really has. The pace from the second to the third was phenomenal, and to get up the inside. we're just over the moon to be in a hat for the next round.
Brilliant, well done. Look at him. This dog is some dog. Look at him. Bruiser's Bullet.
There were only 3 unbeaten greyhounds coming into the quarterfinals. Claire's Rocket was one of those. He remains unbeaten in the competition. He's now 4 out of 4. He's answering every question thrown at him, this greyhound. So impressive.
Yeah, and it's not a huge surprise, I have to say, but it's good to see.
You were a believer, though, Hobbs, weren't you, at the start?
Yeah, I mean, look, you could hear the hype from Ireland because they know that this greyhound is the real deal. You know, he's been compared to some of the greats over there, your Premier Fantasies, your College Causeways. He's got the Produce Stakes, he's got the Champion Stakes, and you know, that winning streak last year showed you he's a fantastic competition dog, and he's now into the semi-finals, and there's still plenty of work to do. That's why Graham will have his feet firmly on the ground. This is the middle leg of the 3 runs in 8 days, but that was good. That's probably the first time we've seen him truly break.
And he's got that pace to the bend.
Hold himself into the first bend and then kick on. Thereafter, it's about the class that we know he is, fast. It's all about fine margins, though, Enzo, and you have to feel for 2 trainers here, certainly, and connections of. Firstly, fresh from the session, trainers Neil and Alfie Herbert, because they went line abreast to
the bend, toe-to-toe with the Rocket, and they got a bump, didn't they?
They got a bump. Look
Here
where
it
he is.
Six
He
is
goes
cutting across here.
Any other greyhound, bar Claire's Rocket, he's in front, he's away, he's into the semi-finals, and who knows what happens. So you've got to feel for those guys. And then also Shane Boy Freddie and Kevin Boone and all the team there, because it took a mammoth performance of Mark, absolutely, yeah. Dodge a bullet, possibly Bruiser's Bullet, but what resolution for a young greyhound to do what he did. No question that Shane Boy, you know, he's going to be coming back slightly, but nevertheless, what a fabulous performance from a young dog who was in trouble. He was going out of the derby, he had to knuckle down, and they'll take that. They'll take that. They want to be back in the semi-finals. That's what it's about. But in terms of, you know, a stunning, eye-catching performance, it's all about Claire's Rocket.
It is. This greyhound is just so impressive. I mean, Saturday night it was I wouldn't say that impressive, but it was a good performance when he beat Fresh from the Sesh. He showed those gears down the back straight, but he's shown early pace tonight. He's just got it all in his locker, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, look, we've said right from the start that to win a Greyhound Derby, to progress to the semi-finals, to the derby, you've got to be able to recover from situations that you know, faced with elimination. And
Second
he
round,
was in trouble, and he has been in trouble a couple of times, and it's his will to win and it's pure class, and he's closed on some terrifically fast greyhounds down the far side. Tonight he got the run of the race, but he got the run of the race because he's a top-class greyhound.
He is. He's brilliant. Claire's Rocket, let's go and join Julie.
Well, here is Droopy's Buick, probably the greyhound who has to travel furthest in this year's derby. Trainer Angela Harrison's parading him. How is he? Has the weather and the travelling and obviously 3 runs in a day, any signs of it taking anything out the dog?
No, the dog's fine. The weather was actually only hot the last hour down here. It was fine the rest of it, so it's been champion.
The joys of living in the north. Do you fancy him tonight from 1?
Well, it's all on his break, isn't it? I'm just hoping he starts a bit better. If he starts like the last one, we'll be all right.
Fingers crossed he can get used to the traps. There is Droopy's Buick, pretty hotly fancied greyhound. I'm just going to head down the parade here and find Peter Cronin in trap 5. Peter, drawn trap 5. Is he going to stay straight?
I'll tell you in a minute. I hope he does, like, you know. He's won plenty of races from 5 and 6, you know, so I don't think that's really going to be a bother. He'd probably cut in a small bit at the bend, but there seems to be an awful lot of early on his inside, you know. We just hope maybe he might break a link quicker, but we'll wait and see, you know. But he's in good old form, yeah.
And Saturday night, it kind of looked like the penny dropped for him. Do you think that's the case?
No, not so much. I mean, look, he's a goodish little dog. He's 20 dog in Shelburne, as I say, and he's 2 dead in Shelburne. He just needs to get a bit of trapping. And once he trapped, he'd the inside line, he had a great run up, and he's accelerating into the bend. Probably going to do something similar tonight, but it's probably going to be a lot of early on his inside. So we're just hoping for a bit of luck, you know.
Fingers crossed he can repeat that performance. Good luck.
Please God, thanks you. Bye-bye.
It's a race that's worth £1,000 and a trophy, but more importantly, the first 3 will qualify for the semi-finals. It's the Star Sports English Greyhound Derby second quarter-final. You heard there from Peter Cronin, who parades trap 5, Swithin Spray, but here's trap 1. This is the Greyhound of the Year, the Eclipse winner, the Olympic champion. He was a finalist in the Ladbrokes Gold Cup as well. Scottish Derby finalist twice, Droopy's Buick for the Conlon family, and Angela Harrison in trap 1. He's a 6-5 shot at the moment.
Crossfield Hugo runs out of trap 2. Seamus Cahill already with 1 runner through to the semi-finals now, aims to double his tally. Crossfield Hugo for the Crossfield 7, pace to the bend shown on Saturday when Claire's Rocket came and beat him. Nevertheless, no disgrace. Can he trap as well again? He needs to.
That's trap 2, Crossfield Hugo. Trap 3 is Cambria for Tony and Alan Newitt, trained by John Mullins at Yarmouth. Got through despite a moderate start, I thought, on Saturday night. He can break a lot quicker. He'll need to with Crossfield Hugo pacing up well on his inside. Cambria in trap 3 for John Mullins, 7-1 shot.
British bred Greyhound set for the British bred prize for furthest in the competition. Ewan Blitz runs out of trap 4 for Pat Rosney, Tony Ford, Alan Green and Kevin Hilbron. He's having a terrific Derby campaign, and he looks to blitz them once again. He looks to try to nail Cambrai early and match strides with the likes of Swithun's Bray on his outside, although 5 might just look for the middle ground.
That 5 is Swithin's Bray for the Swithin Syndicate. We saw this Greyhound win at Swindon. He came alive in the Derby when winning in the 3rd round, beating JT Jet nonetheless by 2.5 lengths. Very impressive there. The draw looks tricky. He might go mid to rails. Swithin's Bray, 9-2 shot for Peter Cronin, who of course has had finalists before.
And finally, Forest Con, trained by Seamus Cale, the second of Seamus's runners in this second Derby quarter-final, owned by the 7 Cons, Midland or Ladbrokes Puppy Derby champion. Forest Con has come from an incredible litter. You've already seen one of them win tonight, Dorota's Wildcat. Forest Con, plenty of pace at the first bend, terrific back straight surge as well. He might just be well drawn with 5 middling.
Yeah, I think he's the best drawn dog of the night, Forest Con. Can he win? He's a 2-1 shot. Let's find out what's happening in the betting ring with Matt Chapman.
Well, I tell you what, Enzo, that 10-1 the treble is beginning to look better and better. We're now 5-4. Droopy's Buick in the second quarter-final. Forest Con, so powerful if it gets out well at 2-1. 9-2 for Swithin Spray for Peter Cronin, the Irish Raider, and big prices, the other 3. And with the sponsors, Star Sports, they're going 5-4 and 2s. And you get a real idea of the quality of the food here at Towcester as well. Look at this sponsor. Look at the Ben. He's gone for the literally the public food, haven't you, Ben? Yeah. Half.
Wherever I am,
yeah.
you persecute me.
Nice fatty chips and a bit of health, which you've left on the side.
There we go. I'm doing my best.
No wonder the helicopter was way down. Right. So it's a big race. Droopy's Buick at 5-4. Errol with the big race call.
Well, the runners are just about to go into the traps here. You can see they're loading. Droopy's Buick is the 5-4 favourite. Forest Con at 9-4. Seamus Cahill, of course, already with 1 through. Connections there of Forest Con. Don't forget, he's also got Crossfield Hugo in the race in trap 2. That needs to break fast like it did last time to have a chance of qualifying. He was 3rd behind Claire's Rocket, who, of course, has given that form a big boost as well. They're all in. This is the Star Sports Greyhound Derby, second quarter-final. The hare is on the move. Droopy's Buick in trap 1. Market leader then around 5-4 as the hare spins round. 3 qualify for Saturday's semi-finals. And away they go. Moderate start again from Droopy's Buick. 3, Cambrai leads up early. 2, Crossfield Hugo trying to nip through on its inside. Droopy's Buick forced to check. Has a wall of Greyhounds in front of it. There's trouble and 5, Swithin's Bray takes over. So 5, Swithin's Bray from 4, New in Blitz. There comes 6, Forest Con. Droopy's Buick's off in chase as they come around the 3rd bend. And 5, Swithin's Bray leading from Forest Con. After these comes New in Blitz. Droopy's Buick is trying to keep on as they come up towards winner line. 5, Swithin's Bray is going to win for Peter Cronin. In second place is 6, Forest Con, and Droopy's Buick escapes and gets through to the semi-finals in 3rd place. Well, it was messy at the first bend, and Swithin's Bray was there to pounce for Peter Cronin, a greyhound that keeps on giving for Peter. Swithin's Bray goes on to score then. Goes on to land the spoils here in another dramatic race, returned at 9-2 for the Swithin Syndicate, and lands the spoils. Let's review the action again here for this second quarter-final of the Star Sports Greyhound Derby. Droopy's Buick's not coming away. Whatever box you're giving him, he's just not reacting to these traps, and then he finds himself trapped at that first bend. You can see the trouble between 3, Cambrai, and 2, Crossfield Hugo, in front of him. He's then got to pick off something here. He's got to qualify somehow. Swithin's Bray had taken up the lead by the second bend. Forest Con there as well, back in second place. And eventually, Droopy's Buick picks off New in Blitz, who just fails to qualify by about a neck in the end. And Droopy's Buick, the favourite, gets through after that journey down. You can see it was a slow start from Swithin's Bray, another slow start from Forest Con as well. But all of a sudden, because of the trouble on the inside, both of them exploit that and move through into a decent pitch. Swithin's Bray got out in front off that second bend and was going to stay there. Forest Con moved up into second. Then it's all to play for as Droopy's Buick has to come off the rails to throw down a challenge and gets through in the end. Well, I know Julie's with Jimmy Wright again. Last time we saw him in the third round, he was shaking like a leaf. I bet you he's probably shaking again here. Julie.
Well, he is, because Droopy's Buick is really putting us all through the mill, particularly trainer Jimmy Wright. Oh my gosh, what happened there? What do you make of that?
He never came away again, and he's going into the bend, and the shut up for him going into the bend. I think he's gave them 8 down the back straight, and he's have to come wide round the last to qualify. But at this stage, it's all about qualifying, and if I could do that next week.
Look at him here. What do you make of this?
Yeah, he's running to the back of 3 there, and I would say 6 lines, 7 lines behind going down the back straight, maybe 4 behind Forest Con. All to do, but he's qualified, and that's the main thing.
Did you think he was out?
Yeah, looked out at the second bend without a doubt, but he's just a competition dog, and he's digging deep for us, and that's what you need. We hope he does this on Saturday and pings out in the final.
How's the shakes right now?
That's all right. The shakes have gone at the first bend. I thought it was out, but delighted with him, he's through.
We're all delighted you're through. Well done. We'll see you Saturday.
Thank you.
Swithin's Bray is just hitting form at the absolute right time, isn't he? A fantastic run in the third round the other night. And the question, of course, was trap 5. How is he going to run? He's run very, very effectively indeed for Peter. And Liam's here as well, heading the syndicate. Peter, this greyhound is just hitting form as you need to in the derby. You know, because you've gone close so many times in the past, hitting form just at the right time.
Yeah, I suppose I'm always saying he can break a link or two quicker, and he'll need to, you know. But he got a lovely run. He paces into the bend well. He held his line well, and he got a lovely run through. He was clever at the bend, you know. Look, it could have went either way. He could have smashed into something, and that'd be it. But we rode our luck a little bit at the bend, and we got away with it. I still think he can break a link or two quicker, you know. And if he does that, it puts him back in the game, you know.
Which box does he need to trap then? Because obviously you've had 1, you've had 5. I know you were middle seeding, weren't you, considering it at one stage?
Trap 6 will do me in the final.
You take 6, would you?
I would, of course, yeah. Look, any box, in fairness to the dog, he'll run straight up, you know. He's not going to dive left or right. At the bend, he'll cut the corner like any other. But you see there tonight, he held his ground, you know, so he's not going to cause problems in a race, whatever box he's in. But you'd imagine from looking the last week like that, I suppose, look, trap 1, he'll go straight up, and it's probably advantageous to be on the inside. So, but he's fairly straightforward, you know, from any box. But we just need to get him to break a link or two quicker, you know.
He's obviously proved that he's ready for the next stage, given what we've just witnessed out there. How do you see the dog at home? Do you see him as a derby winner at this stage, Peter?
Well, Tom Welch and Paul Welch always had him, and they always maintained he was a right dog the day they put him in, you know. So, he's proven that, he's gone from strength to strength, and this track was always going to suit him, you know. I said it to lads a while back that this track would suit him, and it has, you know. And I think there's more to come, you know. I think there's a lot more to come. So we'll just keep pushing on now, you know. This is when it gets serious, you know.
It does, it most certainly does. Let's get a quick word with Liam alongside here. We're semi-finals now, aren't we?
It's kind of exciting now, all right.
How are you taking it? How are you taking these runs?
Very nervously. Flying over and back from Ireland every couple of days. Fly back now again Saturday morning.
Well, it's obviously working, that system. How many of you involved in the ownership here? Is it just yourself?
Myself, father, and 2 uncles, Tom and Paul. So 4 of us.
Are you dreaming at this stage, or is it too early?
No, I'm dreaming for this for years. Years. Had 2 dogs get to second round, but this is the furthest we've got.
You're in that semi-final. Let's find out who else is in the semi-final on Saturday with Julie.
Yeah, I'm joined by the 7 Cons, who, of course, Forest Con finishing second there, heading into the semi-finals on Saturday. Peter Reid, he's not coming away tonight at all.
No, he hasn't done. Well, I think one night he's come away, and another night he's just misses it all the time, and he still runs well around their first 3 bends. If he comes away, he could be a winner, but who knows?
If he came up,
it's up to say. It's up to Seamus to get him out of the boxes. We blame Seamus.
If he came away, you've got a Derby winner potentially on your hands. Dave Lawrence here as well. Dave, you're heading into Derby semis though. Happy?
We are. Well, we were there last year with Ballymac Brogan, which was a dream come true for me, and we didn't quite make it through to the final. So to have a second semi-finalist in 2 years is just brilliant. I mean, obviously, as everybody's saying, he's got to sort his trapping out. I mean, he's got a lot of pace, the dog. Obviously, he's got a lot of pace, but he's just falling out those boxes. So rode his luck round the first bend today. Our other fella, Crossfield Hugo, just got completely mullered coming off the second bend, unfortunately, by trap 3, but that's racing. So we're there, and we can but pray for a good draw. Well, he should get 6. A good draw and hopefully a better break.
Absolutely. There are 7 cons, of course. Generally, only 2 of them talk to me. This is another one of the cons. Happy? No? Oh, you're not a con.
He's a man who found the dog.
Oh, he just found the dog. Okay. Well, you still found him the dog, so you're part of it all. What did you make of his race tonight?
An honourable con, probably.
Yeah. What did you make of that?
Well, he's just got to start trapping. He's got to come away. You know, you can't give him a lead like that, you know, and then not get into it. And there's a few more dogs to run yet that will come from behind, and I don't think he'll come from behind those sort of dogs, so he has to be away. But it's the Derby and he's in it, so.
Absolutely, he is still in it. So Seamus and Teresa's dogs going brilliantly here at Towcester. But can they find Forrest Con a pair of trapping boots?
Yeah, he needs them, doesn't he? He hasn't been breaking that well tonight, Forrest Con, but he's through, and that's what matters. He is in the semi-final. As to is Swithin's Bray, who looked an unlikely winner going into that first bend, but he's come out of it as the winner. And Droopy's Buick has again performed heroics to qualify from where he was. He was caught in behind 2 and 3 at the bend, sort of sidestepped them off the second turn, and he's got through in 3rd place, Buick.
Yeah, again, where are the hard luck stories with Cambrai? I mean, just going round in front, Crossfield Hugo, they came together. And that allowed Swithin's Bray, because going into the bend, he's turning 5th, possibly along with Forrest Con in behind. 5 has just scooted round, found a way to get to the front, and he's away and gone. Forrest Con, who trapped last, and, you know, he's a Greyhound labouring the point, I'm sure, but he doesn't start. Enzo, he doesn't stay, so what does he do in the middle part of the race? Quite extraordinary. He's got fantastic middle gears. You can see there, Carnbray's just about to go round. I mean, you know, he's 40 kilos almost. It took a big performance of Crossfield Hugo, I think, to hold him. Swithin's Bray, though, down the far side has got the race in the bag. It's just a question of who was going to be qualifying for Saturday, and it's hard luck for Newin Blitz, Pat Rosney and the lads, because they're going to be run down by Droopy's Buick, who had to show all heart, the Greyhound of the year, to make the last 12, much to the relief of Angela Harrison and young kennel hand, of course, Jimmy Wright. But nevertheless, they'd be delighted, I think, just to qualify, to make the semi-finals.
You do have to feel for Newin Blitz, don't you, with the connections, because it was so close.
Because you're so close. You're a bit like Shane Boy Freddie. They turned the last bend in the Derby quarterfinals in third place, in a qualifying position. They eventually finishing 4th, so they're out of the competition. It is hard luck stories, but again, it's about
What's
those
that clever one was here? Look at a little sidestep to the right.
He can see what's going on. He's just gone round. You know, he's shown terrific track craft. And it's those attributes that have served him well throughout the competition. He hasn't quite set.
No. When's he going to trap? When's he going to come out in front?
It could be like Claire's Rocket. It happened tonight for Claire's Rocket. Who's to say it doesn't happen in the semi-finals for Droopy's Buick? Certainly his legion of fans will be hoping that is the case. What more can you say about Peter Cronin? His regular visits over here, they have been successful. Of course, I think he picked up the Arc, the Gym Crack, of course, would come to pass, wasn't it, as well? So
this Greyhound won at Swindon, didn't he, on Arc night?
This Greyhound won at Swindon Arc final night, and of course he's gone so close, you know, with the late Terry Corden, Tim Wild-Bish, and Croker's Champ with that incredible burst of pace as well. 3rd, 2nd.
It's almost like no one was talking about Swithin's Bray as a potential winner, but you know, he's still in there. He hasn't come away tonight.
Well, to be fair, it's not too dissimilar to what was going on with the littermates, with the likes of Wildcat and the likes of Woohoo. Forrest Con was, in terms of the brothers, sort of 3rd in. Now he's the only one surviving, if you like. He's in the semi-finals. The others came out. Sam Miller was the brother of Swithin's Bray, was the hype dog.
He was the hype dog, wasn't he?
Absolutely, the hype dog. Yeah. And things haven't worked for him. Swithin's Bray had to do things the hard way. I think he's been a lucky quarter-final winner tonight, if you're brutally honest, but there's no luck about qualifying for the semi-finals of the Derby. You need plenty of luck, but you need resolution. He showed that tonight.
He certainly did. Great stuff from Swithin's Bray, who wins. On to the 3rd quarter-final of the Greyhound Derby. 5-2, Dan's the exception in trap 1 for Gary Hodson. 11-4, Pacey Bambi. We've seen the Bambi antlers out in force earlier. 7-2, Droopy's Acrobat for Seamus Cahill. Part owned, of course, by our very own Daryl Williams. Good luck to Daryl. 4-1, Murray's Act. But Dan's the exception, of course, unbeaten in the competition. Let's go and join Julie Collier once again.
Well, one of the fairy tales of the Derby has undoubtedly been this boy, Dan's the exception, undefeated as he heads to the track for his quarter-final run here. Gary Hodgson, the trainer, joins me. How are you feeling, Gary?
Nervous, but excited, and done everything we possibly can, so it will be what it will be.
Can he get to that bend in front?
Oh, I think the 4's got terrific pace, but look, clean run race, and we hope for the best.
Good draw in one.
Yeah, more than happy with the draw. I think the draw suits him down to the ground. Same for every dog. It's been hot and cold, you know, so we hope for the best. I mean, if I qualify, I'd be absolutely ecstatic.
What would it mean to you to make a Derby semi-final?
Oh, gosh. I'm nervous now, so to get to the semis would just be, you know, just be amazing. Be amazing.
Oh, I really hope you make it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Sun begins to set over Towcester Greyhound track. Of course, the background there. And this dual-purpose facility, of course, very successful horse racing, national hunt venue as well. But the sun is disappearing, and we are set fair. The lights about to go on for the third of the quarterfinals. You can feel the tension in the air as the Greyhounds are brought out on parade, Hobbsy. This is it for these connections. This is a big moment for the likes of Pacey Bambi and, of course, Dan's the Exception.
Absolutely, you're looking for a battle of early pace, and if you thought you've seen plenty of early pace tonight, well, just look at these greyhounds going to line up in the third quarter final, because in Dan's the Exception and Pacey Bambi, you've got two of the fastest greyhounds to the bend in the competition. I think in terms of how the race will be run, thankfully they're drawn apart 1 and 4. That might just help a clean run race.
Let's hope it's a clean run race indeed. Let's go back and join Julie once again.
Yeah, and with the Pacey syndicate here in the stand, you can't miss them, because clearly when you own a dog called Bambi, you have to wear antlers to a dog track, which they are. But the camaraderie and fun between you guys is really good, isn't it?
Well, we're here for the crack. We've enjoyed what we've seen so far, and we hope to be in a semi-final on Saturday, so here we are.
And you have every chance. Your Greyhound clocked the fastest time to the bend on Saturday. He's going to need to come out like that again, isn't he?
Well, it's unbelievable Saturday. If he does the same again, he wins it again, doesn't he? Got to get out, just get out like he done on Saturday. That's what we want. We've had a great dream, and we hope we'll do it again.
Excited, nervous, confident? What are you feeling?
Nervous. Confident. That's it. Confident.
Good for you. Well done. Good luck. Good luck.
Thank you. Yeah, good luck to the Bambi guys. And here are the Greyhounds for the third of the quarterfinals. Trap 1 is Dan's the Exception, another unbeaten in the competition. Superb early speed for Gary Hodson, who owns and trains his Greyhound at Hall Green. He was brilliant, I thought, in the third round. Dan's the Exception. Can he blaze a trail again from Trap 1?
We're running out of Trap 2 for the legendary Irish handler is Cable Bay, trained by Brendan Matthews, and the Greyhound, who's Irish Derby finalist a couple of years back, was also in the Kirby Memorial final as well. Even as a veteran now, he's still a very strong running performer and came through in good style to qualify behind Dan's the Exception in the third round on Saturday, who reopposes now.
This is Trap 3, Droopy's Acrobat for the Quick Decision team, and Seamus Carhill, a really good run, went third behind the magnificent Ty Rocher here in the third round on Saturday. He's got all-round speed, this dog. Needs to avoid Bambi, though, early on. Droopy's Acrobat in Trap 3.
We have, of course, a nervous member of the Sky team tonight. Darryl Williams, a part owner of Droopy's Acrobat. Pacey Bambi runs out of Trap 4. You just heard from the Pacey syndicate with Alex and Andy and Nick Millett leading the charge. Paul Young's Ground's got terrific speed, electrifying burst of pace into the bend on Saturday night. They're looking for same again. It's a wider draw, though, than he has been used to.
Let's go to Trap 5. It's a 12-to-1 shot. This is Sallows Ford, trained at Monmore by Paul White. A Greyhound who's done well to get this far. He was a winner in the first round. He was behind JT Yankee in the second, behind Pacey Bambi on Saturday. He's done very well to get this far. He traps smartly and he stays, Sallows Ford.
Could they even get to the semi-finals? 500-to-1 anti-post for Sallows Ford, and Trap 6 is Murray's Act. No joy for Kevin Boone and Shane Boy Freddy, but Murray's Act staying on behind Coolavani Mason, Racing Post juvenile champion, no less. Murray's Act runs from 6.
Let's go find out what's happening in the betting ring. Let's rejoin Matt Chapman.
So down here in the ring, the real open heat of the Greyhound Derby is the third quarter-final. Dan's the Exception at 5-2, just about holding on to favourite from Pacey Bambi. But Ben, when you see the Pacey Bambi supporters, do you feel that you ought to... Yeah. Sorry, lads, we didn't hear you. When you hear the noise of the Pacey Bambi supporters, are you almost fearful for not making that Greyhound favourite?
Petrified. However, we've laid the 2-dog here. That's the one they've been money for. He's been 9s into 6s.
9s into 6s then, Cable Bay. But I tell you what, lads, I reckon your horns would go very nicely on top of Ben Keith's head. Oh, yes.
Well, I'm with Daryl Williams, who's used to being on this end of the microphone, but you've got a potential Derby semi-finalist just being loaded into boxes. Is he going to do it?
I was really calm up until a few moments ago. Look, I think we've got to avoid Pacey Bambi, and then we've got a chance, haven't we? But it's just so exciting to be in the Derby quarterfinals, Julie.
And we're always asking people these questions, but in a nutshell, how do you feel?
I could be in bits in a minute, but I'm all right as it stands.
Well, good luck, Daryl.
Thank you.
He could be in bits. My heart's racing for him. Anyway, the Star Sports Greyhound Derby third quarter-final coming up. 3 qualify. Gamble on Cable Bay, as you heard from Ben Keith, our sponsor. As the hare comes round, away they go. Started not bad, did he, Cable Bay? But better speed coming from Droopy's Acrobat, who leads into the first bend. So 3, Droopy's Acrobat. There's been quite a bit of trouble at the back there. Cable Bay did suffer. Droopy's Acrobat quickens away from 5. Sallows forward in second. Then comes 1, Dan's the Exception. As they race down towards the second last bend. And Droopy's Acrobat for Seamus Carl. It's been a great night for Seamus as they come around the final bend. And Droopy's Acrobat with a 4-length lead from 5. Sallows forward in second place. It's Droopy's Acrobat who wins. 5, Sallows forward in second, and Murray's Act qualifies for Kevin Boone in third. Well, big drama there, of course. Droopy's Acrobat, what a run. What a time to time it to perfection to leave out of those boxes and lead here. Unfortunately, Pacey Bambi is out, Cable Bay out, and Dan's the Exception, who's been running the track so well, is also out. Sallows Ford, what a run from Sallows Ford. But Jules is with Daryl.
I am with Daryl. Daryl just won a quarter-final of the Derby.
Well, let's just say we as a syndicate, because there's obviously 5 people involved here. The other night in the third round when he was in front, Julie, I was screaming him, I have no voice. I had to stand as restrained as I could watching the race. But my golly, when you're in front down the back, semi-final. I could be invited to the Derby lunch. We're 1 race away.
And not actually have to work to be there as an owner.
Oh, God, what a feeling.
What a run as well.
Incredible, wasn't it? I mean, he has got pace, hasn't he? He was able to do that. We've seen that in the past. But, you know, you want to do it now. This is when it matters. Leave me alone.
That makes him a contender, that run. It makes him a contender. You've now got to go and do an interview with yourself, I think.
Something like that. We can cope.
Listen, well done. Save that voice.
Thank you.
Yes, well done to Droopy's Acrobat. Quick decision, Daryl Williams, and of course, Seamus Carhill. Let's watch it again. He trapped, he showed early pace. There's trouble there. You can see Pacey Bambi went in towards the rails, hit Cable Bay, who came out quicker than normal. 6, Murray's Act was also involved as they went down the far side. Droopy's Acrobat has gone on to record a time of 29.02. Great time for Droopy's Acrobat, who goes on to score from Sallows Ford, who's quietly kept on qualifying for Paul White, and 6, Murray's Act, who was in terrible trouble at the first bend. Oh, look, Daryl, my God, he's in pieces. The man's in pieces. Watching the replay, he's trying not to shout and cheer him on, but that's fantastic. Go on, Daryl. Go on, Daryl. Yes, that's it, Daryl. He's loving it. Daryl Williams, one of the quick decision. Tremendous. He's gone weak at the knees there. He won't be weak at the knees at the podium, I'm sure. He'll be calm, cool and collected when it matters. But great work from Droopy's Acrobat, who wins at 4-1. Second place, Sallows Ford, 12-1. And third, Trap 6, Murray's Act there at 4-1. Drama. There was plenty of drama, wasn't it, Enzo and Hobbsy?
What a race, what a run by this Greyhound, Errol. He's been threatening to do this, though, hasn't he? If he gets loose on the bunny, Droopy's Acrobat. He made the final of that British Breeders' race earlier in the year at Nottingham, of course, last year. He was brilliant tonight. He pinged out. He led Pacey Bambi to the corner. Sadly, we lose Pacey Bambi. We also lose Cable Bay, who got badly balked. And we lose Dan's the Exception. Heartbreaking for Dan's the Exception, who, again, looked good for the third spot, but Murray's Act, Kevin Boone, of course, had it done to him, did in the previous race with Shane Boy Freddie. He gets Murray's Act through to the semi-final.
That's fantastic for Kevin and the kennel, of course. It's heartbreak, of course, for Dan's the Exception, Gary Hodgson, and likewise Paul Young and the Pacey Syndicate have had the ride of their lives in terms of a Derby campaign, but he didn't break, wasn't able to dominate. But you have to say fair play to Droopy's Acrobat and made Daryl Williams weak at the knees. I just thought that was standing next to Paul Millward, but it was not. It was Droopy's Acrobat all the way. The only problem is, I think the Derby lunch, Darryl, is Wednesday week. I'm sure you've probably got a shift somewhere.
Got to be working somewhere.
You better start looking at your diary, old boy. But yeah, the Greyhound Riders Association will have a table, but it might not be needed for DW.
Let's go join him now. Darryl, all yours.
This is where the professionalism comes in here. This is just another race. It's not just another race. Droopy's Acrobat, well done to him. Seamus, and well done to you. Three semi-finalists.
Yeah, it's terrific, sure, really. And the important thing is the dogs run well, really. They come out of the heat. I was a little bit worried, I'll be quite honest with you. Today we had I know it was the same for everybody, but we had a tremendously warm night last night and that. But they were fine this morning, but I just wasn't 100% totally happy.
It's cooled down a little bit, hasn't it, this evening? It's not like it was on Saturday.
Yeah, it's lovely this evening now and that. But yeah, sure, we couldn't have wished for more, really. That dog ran superb there and that. And so Saturday night to look forward to.
Isn't it just? I mean, fantastic to have three in the semi-finals. And let me have a word actually with my fellow owner over here as well, because it's certainly not all about me. I mean, we've watched this together, haven't we? And that was just fantastic.
Absolutely brilliant. Great training performance by Teresa and Seamus. Absolutely fantastic. I'm breathless.
How much persuasion did you need to get involved in this Greyhound?
2-minute conversation on the phone. That was it. Love it. Absolutely brilliant. Great run. 29.02, I think. Brilliant performance. He's a player.
Well, they're all players now to get to the semi-final stages. It's quite exciting, isn't it?
I don't mind dividing money with you, Darryl.
I just look at that trophy. That is some trophy. We're going to fight over that. Well, us and the other owners, but hey, we're back here Saturday.
Looking forward to it.
Me too. Fantastic.
Thank you,
well done.
Well, here is Sallows Ford, one of your Derby semi-finalists. How does that sound?
Fantastic. meant absolutely fantastic.
Are you surprised or just really overwhelmingly happy?
Everything. Surprised, overwhelmed, happy, everything. Absolutely everything. And for my wife's watching, she's on holidays coming home with us.
Oh, I'm really pleased for you. Well done. Listen, let's go and find Kevin Boone, who also qualified his Murray's Act, finished very strongly, as is typical of this Greyhound. And he has got Kevin Boone into a Derby semi-final. Obviously, Shane Boy Freddie going out earlier, a disappointment, but you still got a semi-finalist.
Yeah, we got 50% through, so I never thought he was going to make it, especially when he got turned around on the first bend. But it's just his sort of keenness and his stamina. It paid. I mean, I felt sorry for the one dog because that's what I got with the three dog behind me coming in the home straight. And once I see the three against Freddie, I knew he was a loser, but I was just confident that he would pick him up. But it's disappointing and all for the one dog because he's had a great campaign. But that's dog racing. I've had it with Shane Boy Freddie, and this fella's he's getting better and better. He's missed his break tonight and all. Got smashed up at the first bend and managed to qualify. So God knows he'd do if he ever broke.
Well, he's run brilliantly tonight, and that staying ability could really play to his strengths in the next round.
Yeah, I mean, his last three races, he's been beat up on the first bend straight away. A lot of it's his own fault because he cuts in. If he stayed like JT Jet, he'd be brilliant, to be fair.
That's your job to get him to do that then, Kevin. We'll see you Saturday.
You can't tell a dog to do that.
Well done.
Like he says, he's got 50% of his runners through to the semi-finals. There's the connection. Tony Campsell there in the shorts on the right. He's made it down from the northeast, one of the owners as well. Well done to him. Seamus in the centre. And of course, our very own Darryl Williams, one of the owners of the Acrobat, who was brilliant tonight, wasn't he? Swinging into action very early on to win that quarter-final. We must mention Sallows Ford, though. I think you mentioned 501 anti-post.
Yeah,
not given a prayer of getting this far. He's in the semi-final for Monmore. Paul White.
Living the dream for the Monmore faithful as well. You know, he's a dog who competed in the Bags SIS Track Championship for Monmore, of course. You know, I think he came into this event with a couple of back-to-back A1 wins at Monmore as well, and he's done terrifically well. He's going to turn second in behind Droopy's Acrobat, and he's going to qualify. He's going to make the Derby semi-finals for Paul White, which is a tremendous...
It's a great achievement, that, isn't it?
It's a great achievement, tremendous success, really, for the kennel. They'll be thrilled. Droopy's Acrobat continues. Seamus Cahill's fine Derby campaigner, of course, and blazing the
race
trail.
for
And in
third place.
behind, yeah, I mean, you know, as much as one Midlands trainer delighted Paul White, Gary Hodson's Derby dream is over, but Dan's the exception. Has run an exceptional Derby campaign. But like with Pacey Bambi, you could see as Droopy Droopy's Acrobat trapped better, and 4 was pacing up, but just couldn't get round and came together with Cable Bay, and that's just desperate. And you could almost sense the groan from the Pacey Bambi syndicate below us as well, because they saw that he was potentially going round in a pitch. He's come together with Cable Bay. Both Greyhound's chances are lost. They're out of the derby. Up front, Droopy's Acrobat setting sail. The Greyhound, of course, was in the British
controversially so.
Yeah, absolutely. At the back end of last year,
November
made the
at
final. I think
Nottingham,
was a beaten favourite, but he's a Greyhound who I think, obviously, win or lose on Saturday, and hopefully for connections qualifies for the final. Very much in the reckoning for the Betfred Select Stakes. He's got the form at Nottingham as the likes of Buick, etc. So a plug for that. Closes to entries 14th of July. The big race 26th of July. The Betfred Select Stakes.
We're meeting in London on the 17th. Is that right?
We are. You've got that penciled in.
I've got it penciled. I will be there. I've got the day off, Hobbsy.
Good man.
I'm not DW, come on. Good effort, though, by the winner, Droopy's Acrobat. But let's talk about Murray's App, because as Kevin said, it was quite a bump he took early on. He keeps himself wide. He won the juvenile, of course, early in the year at Central Park. Didn't perhaps get the credit he deserved for that. But
well, he was a big price, wasn't he? But he won, in terrific
tough,
style, and had some, some really good greyhounds behind him as well. I mean, it was a 5-runner race, of course. Bubby Bluebird wasn't in there, but nevertheless,
here he goes.
It was a great effort. Yeah, he's almost having to hurdle Cable Bay. I mean, I think as Kevin said, he looked under pressure and then almost sense of deja vu in the fact that he's having to stay on just to deny a third place greyhound. But it was, of course, Shane Boy Freddie who was denied in our previous quarter-final, or certainly the first quarter-final, Shane Boy Freddie. But great to see Kevin in the semi-finals.
Yeah, Seamus Kyle with another semi-finalist after Forrest Con got through earlier on with Droopy's Acrobat this time around. Going through for the team.
Effort, really all round.
And Astute Missile. They got 3 through. Just sadly, Crossfield Hugo didn't make it, of course, but 3 out of 4.
Probably expected. Absolutely. 100% they would have taken that. That's a great effort,
Yeah, 3 semi-finalists for Team Cahill in the semi-final. We've got one more quarter-final to come. It will be our last live race. What a lineup this is for the 4th quarter-final. We've got last year's champion, JT Jet. Remember the quarterfinals at Wimbledon last year? Higher Butt was in trap 1. He beat JT Jet, of course. Will history repeat itself tonight? He's got that box again. Could he go ping on the inside? You've got Coolavani Mason for Pat Buckley, who's got history, who's got unfinished business in the Greyhound Derby. And you've got Tyra Shea, who, of course, was favourite going in to the competition tonight. Let's go and join Julie Collier right now.
Well, we're going to be heading out very shortly for the 4th and final quarter-final. There is Hayley Keatley with trap 1, Higher Butt. She just is saying to him, you've got to come out better, Jim. You've got to come out better, Jim. Can he do that tonight? JT Jets is in trap 6, not a greyhound who's renowned for his early pace pool, but his strong running ability and the way he's taken to Towcester is something to behold.
Well, you know what I mean, hopefully the dream will last. He's running quite well, Julie, but he's not coming away that well. But I mean, look, that's the same for them all. But we're happy out, we're delighted to be here. We'd love to be here next weekend if we can.
And we know at this stage of the competition he's going to handle the runs because he's done it before, hasn't he?
Yes, yeah, this is his 3rd English Derby, you know what I mean, which is unusual for. But look, it's great, he's well, he's fresh. Hopefully the runs will have brought him along, you know, we're hoping anyway.
What do you think tonight? You'll have seen probably more of Tyra Shea than the rest of us over in Ireland. What do you think?
Very fast dog. Oh Lord, he's an airplane. He gets the things half right at all. Even if he doesn't get it right, he's still a vote for fast dog, but if he gets things right, he's an airplane.
But can JT Jet beat him?
If Tyra Shea got everything right, I don't think so.
Ooh, well, we'll see. JT Jet, though, heading to the track. Surely he'll qualify, won't he?
What a race this could be. Of course, we have got 4 big guns, and of course, 4 into 3 doesn't go, so what's going to happen? One of them's going to miss out. Maybe, who knows? Maybe 2 will miss out. Who knows what's going to happen? They've got some big prices, haven't we? Trap 3, Airport Jumbo's a monster price, and Trap 4, Slahini King also at 25 to 1, but 4 big guns. Higher Butt, Coolavani Mason, Tyra Shea, and JT Jet. Tyra Shea, no surprise, 4 to 5. He was so impressive, Hobbsy, that run in the 3rd round. He was absolutely brilliant. I think we're going to maybe get a betting show in a moment from down in the ring. Looks pretty lively there, doesn't it? Ben Keith, of course, the main pitch now for Star Sports, the event sponsors, and looks like he's got a few people having a few bets. I can see a few notes out there. Let's go and join Matt Chapman, who's down there by the Star Sports pitch. Matt.
Races don't get much bigger than this. If Tyra Shea and JT Jet were in the final, you wouldn't be surprised at all, but look at this. Tyra Shea, I should say, 10 to 11, odds on to beat JT Jet. And of course, don't forget about Higher Butt on the inside at 3 to 1. Tyra Shea is 4 to 5 elsewhere, so 10 to 11 is a very fair price. And in goes another 100 quid on Tara Shea. But of course, Ben, you were saying he takes 40 quid on the 2-dog. Ben, you were saying you just don't want JT Jet through, do you? Want this out, this 6-dog, out, gone, out of your derby?
Yep. This
what
is
a miserable man you are.
I know I'm horrible, but he's a big bogey, and I think this is a chance tonight, actually.
Yeah. But there's nothing worse than a big bogey, that is for sure. 10 to 11, Tara Shea, then it is odds on, and this is, well, this could almost be the Greyhound Derby final.
I think certainly 4 of these could definitely grace the final. Here is PJ Fahey, Tara Shea. Of course, he was in great voice after the 3rd round. Fingers crossed, indeed.
I was going to say, he looks very cool, but there was a point to the skies, the fingers crossed as well. I think you can sense nervous anticipation, but, you know, we know he's got the track record breaker. He's got a greyhound of immense class. But this is the 4th quarter-final of the Star Sports English Greyhound Derby.
This is higher butt for Hayley Keithley and owner Paul Ellis, who, of course, has had 2 finalists in the last 2 years. Finalist last year. He's been seeing out the 500 metres very well, I thought. He was the Laurels champion at Bellevue. He was also in the final of the Northern Sprint up at Shefford. He is higher butt in trap 1.
Running out of trap 2 is Cullavany Mason, trained by Pat Buckley for Bev Lockhead and Austin Whelan. You're talking about the runner-up in the Scottish Derby final, Cullavany Mason, who came through in good style from last to first to win his 3rd round heat at the weekend. But he's got to cope with the pace of higher butt on his inside.
We've already seen Sallows Ford get through for the Midlands. Can Airport Jumbo get through for Perry Bar trainer Ian Walker? This greyhound who was beating Swithin's Bray, of course, in the 2nd round. That form looks good now. Airport Jumbo's a massive price at 50s.
Another big price, 25 to 1 for owners John Coleman and Mr. Airland, the Paul Garland trained Slahini King greyhound running out of the Black Jacket, who stayed on in good style behind Droopy's Buick in the 3rd round, form behind Priceless Brandy, which of course trained by Paul Hennessy, represented with JT Jet tonight.
PJ Fahey's Tyra Shea, the pride of the kennels, the track record holder. He was brilliant, I thought, on Saturday's superb tracker. He has got early pace as well. He can come away. He can do it either end. He is brilliant. He is Tyra Shea, 10 to 11 favourite.
And here he is. He is the defending champion. He's led up by his trainer, Paul Hennessy, owner John Turner. Brilliant, of course, at Wimbledon. Can he do something that's never been done before? 2 derbies at 2 different venues. 4 greyhounds have won back-to-back derbies. He has the small matter of qualifying from this 4th quarter-final. He's up against Tyra Shea, but he stayed on in resolute style, typically resolute style, behind Swithin's Bray at the weekend.
And of course they met, didn't they, in the quarter-final last year, Higher Butt and JT Jet, and Higher Butt came out on top in that particular event, but of course JT Jet would go on and win the big competition itself, the Greyhound Derby. Let's go and join Julie Collier. I think she's got PJ Fahey with her now.
I have indeed, and so excited for this race. Tyra Shea looks a picture out there, just being held back by his kennel hand Barry. Why is that, PJ?
Yeah, well, he is that little bit hyper, and he tends to go on the back 2 legs and get the front up in the air, so put a lot of pressure on the collar, holding him back. So he just holds him back a little bit, takes the pressure off the collar.
So Tyra Shea is obviously feeling pretty good about himself if he's being that hyper. How are you feeling ahead of this race? Confident?
Yeah, he's in great form, but you know yourself, Julie, you just have to have that little bit of luck. It'll all be about coming out of the box. If he comes out of the box reasonable, I'd say he'll have a good chance of qualifying, and that's what it's all about tonight.
Taking on last year's champion, do you think he'll win though?
I think the make-up of the race gives him a good chance. If he does everything right, I'd say he'll be hard to beat.
So excited to watch this dog race. You must be as well.
Well, I was supposed to go in for a check-up on my bypass next Thursday, but I think tonight will be my check-up.
Oh my gosh, unbelievable. On that note, I think we'll hand across to Errol. Good luck, PJ.
Well, here we are, Star Sports Greyhound Derby, 4th quarter-final, the final 3 to get through to Saturday's semi-finals. Gemma waves the flag for the last time tonight for Sky, of course, as we go into this last quarter-final. The hare is on the move. Hare running, odds-on favourite. Tyra Shea in 5. Away they go. It's got a decent enough start. One Higher Butt comes out of the boxes running, hugs the rails. It's Higher Butt out in front, leading here from 2, turning second. Cullavany Mason. After these comes Tyra Shea on the outside of Airport Jumbo. Jumbo's in 3rd at the moment as they head down the far side. Higher Butt leads the way. Cullavany Mason in 2nd. Then after these comes Airport Jumbo, taken on by Tyra Shea, who now moves up into 3rd as they come around the final bend. Higher Butt leading 2, had to check. Cullavany Mason. Tyra Shea's coming all the time towards the line. Tyra Shea grabs glory. Tyra Shea came through to beat Higher Butt and Coulivanny Mason. It's another unbelievable run from Tyra Shea. Jules, straight to you.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh, what a run that was. This is reminiscent of Westmead Hawk and the like. Tyra Shea is amazing.
Oh, yes, he's unbelievable, isn't he? He's just unbelievable. How did he win that race? I just don't know. He came between dogs, he went outside dogs. Oh my God, my heart.
At one point I was thinking, is he going to qualify? But let's watch the replay back and you can talk us through how you were feeling through this race.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable from halfway. Like, to be honest about it, going down the back straight, I thought he was a little bit dead, you know. And he just wasn't really running himself. He got a little tip there at the first bend. And then he went down the back straight like he was, what, 6, 7, 8 lengths down. And at this stage I was saying, come on, Shea now, you know, get going now, it's time to get going. And next thing, oh my God.
He's an aeroplane off the last two bends.
He's unbelievable. He's unbelievable. Look at him. Look at him. Oh my God. He's just an incredible greyhound.
How is your heart?
That's mad. I don't need any checkup. Dr. Clark, if you're watching, I don't need any checkup for about 6 months. So I won't be down tomorrow.
That is the best heart test I think you can get. Unbelievable, PJ. Congratulations.
Thanks, Julie. Thanks very much.
Oh, what a fabulous run from Tyra Shea. He just keeps on amazing us, doesn't he, at the moment? This boy, he's just keeps on improving. A son of Big Daddy Cool out of Black-Eyed Boss, PJ Fahey's runner, coming away averagely. JT Jet slowly away in 6. When they went into the bend, Higher Butt loves the rails, out in front, leading here from 2, Coulivanny Mason. What a big run from Pat Buckley's Greyhound, because he's almost on Higher Butt's backside as they went into that third bend, but had to check back. Tyra Shea eventually getting past Airport Jumbo. Huge run, Jumbo. As they came up the home straight, here he comes in between Greyhounds. Tyra Shea, whoosh! Grab that. Sensational run from Tyra Shea. He's taking his time to get going here, but he's just awesome. Seemed to stumble a little bit out of the traps, didn't he? When we watched that replay in slow motion, just 1 or 2 strides to get him going at speed into the turn. He then had that duel with Airport Jumbo down the far side to move up into 3rd place. He's coming around the outside here at that first bend, negotiating trap 4. Slahini King, who was forced to check and knocked into Tyra Jet. But as they went down the far side, Tyra Shea had got past Airport Jumbo, heading towards home. Here he comes. He spots the gap in between Higher Butt and Coulivanny Mason, and he just was not stopping. He would run through a brick wall, wouldn't he? Tyra Shea, another impressive performance here at Towcester. Enzo, Hobbsy, your thoughts?
That was some run, Errol. I'm still shaking up here for the Greyhound to come from that far back and win and split the other 2 off the final quarter. And he's gone past class acts like Higher Butt and Coulivanny Mason and doing so. This Greyhound, he's got that star quality. He's got that sort of X factor, isn't he? Tyra Shea. That was exhilarating.
That was quite sensational, wasn't it? That was probably the performance, I think, of the Derby thus far. And this is from the track record breaker who had a mountain to climb to pick up the likes of Higher Butt and Coulivanny Mason, but he's done that much to the delight of the guys and girls on the terraces, and it's a swashbuckling performance. And at one stage, here's PJ Fahey off that second bend. He was under pressure just to qualify. Of course, it's a race, a quarter-final, which has seen the defending champ out of the competition. JT Jet so unlucky there, Rick, with coming together with Slahini King, but PJ Fahey, huge relief, and then he probably thinks we might actually just win the race. They come off the home straight. He's got to come between Coulivanny Mason and Higher Butt. He's done that. And there you go. That is just what it's all about. Nearly loses his glasses, but he's a man who's had an English Derby finalist. He's won the Irish Derby. He's had these fantastic feelings on many occasions, but he's enjoying this just as much.
Higher Butt and Coulivanny Mason are also still through, which means we've got 7 English-trained runners, 4 Irish semi-finalists, and 1 trained in Wales by Hayley Keighley.
Well done to last year's 3rd, Higher Butt.
Higher Butt is still in there pitching.
Bang.
Let's go enjoy Darryl Williams.
Well, big crowd here for Tyra Shea. We're just getting into position. PJ Fahey here. Let's see if we can get a word with Barry, who's been walking the Greyhounds. He says he's lost his voice. He's not the only one. Just very briefly, Barry. Semi-finals, come on.
Oh yeah, it's unreal, Gerald. Like he's some dog. He's some dog. Like from the front, from behind, doesn't matter. He's something else.
Back straight pace was exceptional tonight, wasn't it?
Unbelievable, unbelievable. Like he just. I'm speechless after that. He's
You're doing well. Tell me about what he's like at home as a greyhound at home.
He's the perfect dog, Daryl. Like he's, I suppose he is that bit. He's that bit excitable. He can be that bit hyper, but there's never a bother. Give him a walk every day and keep him happy, and that's it. He's very, very easy.
Does he know he's a champion, do you think?
He knows it. He knows it, and he walks like it. So
doesn't he just? Big trophies with PJ. Look at this. Quarterfinal 2017. One step closer.
Yeah, one step closer. Tonight was all about qualifying, really, and to be honest about it, going down the back straight, I was getting a little bit worried, I just thought he was a bit dead in himself, but God, he came home with some rattle, He's just...
Did you think he was in trouble at one stage?
I did. To be honest about it, halfway down the back straight, I thought he was in trouble. I just thought he was a little bit dead in himself, and I suppose you never know, what all the quick runs will take out of them, and the weather being so warm and everything, you just worry about killing and everything, and thank God. Thank God. And by the way, well done yourself. Your dog ran a cracker.
We've all done all right tonight. Well done.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, Mark Keatley joins me now. Hiya Butts already headed back to the kennels, but you said that the quick runs were playing to his hands, and it looks to be that way.
Yeah, it's just a situation, Julie, whereby he proved himself last year that he got better and better and better as the runs went on. He got faster and faster and faster. I don't know what the end time was there, but one thing for sure, he definitely done his best run into the corner this evening. And today would be his gallop day. He just has a great routine. He's looking for gallops. As much work as you can feed him, he'd just thrive on it. And with respect, he's got picked up there by a sensational ground. I mean, it takes some greyhound to give that lad, whether he's getting 500 or not, Julie, for Tyra Shea to do that, what he's done to him up the run, is quite sensational. But back to my ground, we spoke the other day when we said that he's managed to get through just off moderate breaks. That's how he butchered his best. And, I don't know where they come from, near or far, but if he's going to start doing that at boxes, he's unleadable, Julie. I don't care where they come from.
What a greyhound he is. Also through to the next round is Coulivanny Mason. Connections are absolutely delighted, aren't you, Emma?
Oh, yeah, thrilled, absolutely over the moon. We're so excited to be there, it's incredible.
Who's this man? Introduce your colleague.
This is Liam Farrell, also known as Speedy. He's our other kennel hand, so we're doing a job together on it, and he's running phenomenal. He really is starting to come into himself, and he's injury free, and he is a hard dog to keep right, but we have him right now and he should start. He's starting to perform, so we're absolutely over the moon.
Brilliant, well done. How happy are you?
Brilliant, delighted, absolutely delighted.
You look really happy. Congratulations, guys, well done.
Yeah, well done to Team Buckley. They are through to the semi-finals with Coulivanny Mason. So then there was just 12. A dozen remain in the Greyhound Derby. We'll have the draw for you live after the break. This was how they got there. This was Claire's Rocket. This was Swithin's Bray winning for Peter Cronin. Superb performance from him. He is back for more, Peter Cronin, finalist twice in the past. There we saw Droopy's Acrobat win for Seamus Cahill. Seamus has got 3 left in, and Darryl Williams was excited by his pride and joy. The Acrobat, go on, he was shouting. Seamus with 3 left in, and then the exhilarating run of the night from Tyra Shea. We'll have the draw for the semi-final of the Greyhound Derby live after the break.
Welcome back. The all-important draw for the Star Sports Greyhound Derby semi-finals about to take place. Now, we have 8 railers, of course, 3 wide runners, 1 middle seed. So we know that Tara Show will be in trap 5 in the second semi-final. We don't know anything else, but Martin, you've got the railers in the bag.
I have. Well, not there. They're going to go in there.
About to go in.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They're all in.
Okay, good luck, everybody. Hope you get the draw you want. Here's the first one. Railer in trap 1 to start with.
Will be Higher Butt.
Higher Butt then. Gets trap 1 again. It's a good draw tonight. Use it effectively.
Next trap 1 is Claire's Rocket.
Oh, Claire's Rocket's got 1 again. Loves trap 1, Claire's Rocket. Trap 1 in the second semi-final.
Third one out is Droopy's Buick.
Droopy's Buick will go in trap 2 in the first semi-final. Outside Higher Butt.
Claire's Rocket will be Swithin's Bray.
Swithin's Bray goes in trap 2 in the second semi-final. Still 4 more railers in the bag.
Should be. Next one is Bruiser's Bullet.
Bruiser's Bullet in the 3 box in the first semi-final. What a semi-final that's turning out to be.
Next trap 3, Astute Missile.
Astute Missile will go into trap 3 in the second semi-final. Seamus Carr here with 3 through to this stage.
2 in there. So next 4 dog will be Droopy's Acrobat.
Droopy's Acrobat's got trap 4 in the first semi-final.
And should leave Coulivanny Mason.
And Coulivanny Mason gets trap 4 in the second semi-final. So those are the railers. And Chris is going to put the 3 wide runners into the bag. In they go. Okay, here are the 3 wide runners coming out. 6 in the first semi-final is what we're drawing to start with.
Forest Con.
Forest Con in that red-hot first semi-final in trap 6.
The next one will be Sallows Ford.
Sallows Ford goes into trap 6 for Paul White in the second semi-final. That leaves 1 more.
Should leave Murray's Act.
And Murray's Act for Kevin Boone is in trap 5 in the first semi-final. Let's have a close look at that. Thank you, Martin. So, really tough first semi-final. Trap 1, Higher Butt. Trap 2, Droopy's Buick. Trap 3, Bruiser's Bullet. 4, Droopy's Acrobat. 5 is Murray's Act. And 6, Forest Con. Those 2 both wides, 5 and 6, of course. And the second semi-final, trap 1 is Claire's Rocket. 2, Swithin's Bray. 3 is Astute Missile. 4, Coulivanny Mason. 5 is Tyra Shea. And 6 is Sallows Ford.
Well, connections around here. I'm going to get you some reactions to that draw. First of all, Teresa Cahill. First of all, you must be delighted tonight the way it's gone.
Yeah, to get 3 through is nice, and I didn't want all 3 in one heat, which we haven't got. You just got to take what's given. It's nice to be there, Derby semi-finalists, so just fingers crossed they all run well on Saturday and we get something through to the final.
Droopy's Acrobat in 4, Forest Con in 6.
They raced against each other last week and they were 2nd and 3rd, so we'll take 2nd and 3rd again this week.
Absolutely, your dogs are running really well. Well done. Let's have a quick word with PJ Fahey. Quite frankly, I think this dog could end up anywhere and you'd be happy. He's just such a machine. But trap 5 in that second semi-final.
Yeah, it's grand. You know what I mean? Like obviously, one of my favourite dogs is in Trap 1, Claire's Rocket. It's no big secret. I admire the dog greatly. You know, he's a very, very, very good dog. And it's looking nice to have a battle with him. And that's what it's all about, Greyhound racing, to see the likes of Claire's Rocket in opposition to us, you know. And those are the 4 very, very good dogs. I haven't fully seen the draw because it's a bit far away, but we're happy enough with Trap 5. We were hoping we'd get Trap 5. You know, the 2 wide seats will qualify, and we get Trap 5 because he does like Trap 5. And he's won most of it. He's never been beaten out Trap 5, so if we go on that one, hopefully we'll have a chance, you know.
We can't wait. And PJ just reminded me as well that Tyra Shea is a grandson of Westmead Hawke, of course, which, you know, he's so reminiscent of his dad. Let's head over to Darryl.
Well, Bruiser's Bullet's in 3. What do you make of that?
It's a red-hot semi-final, Darryl. Plenty of pace around it, but we're in it. The dream lives, and we're still there till Saturday, so we're trying to enjoy it as best we can. And God willing, with a bit of luck, who knows, we may be in the final.
And I guess at the end of the day, it's getting to this stage, and then you've got hope, haven't you?
Unbelievable, you know. We bought the dog 4 months ago. Who would have thought 8 races later we'd be in the Derby semi-final? The makeup of the race, you know, hopefully Higher Butt will go off tear off like a rocket like it normally does, and then we can track it and beat it again.
We'll all be analysing away over the next few days as to how it might work out, what might work out, but at the moment, You're in the semi-final. You're one step away.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you, Daryl.
Good luck. Good luck.
Joined by Peter Reid, part owner of Forest Con. Trap 6, obviously a good thing, but a red-hot semi-final.
Well, you take what you get, didn't you, really? And hopefully he can come away better and he might qualify. That's all we're hoping for on Saturday evening. What do you get?
Greyhounds out on parade then for our next race, race number 12. It's the bet with www.starsportsbet.co.uk stakes. Runners to race 12 are as follows. Track 1 is Emil's Esky for the Liquor and Gravy Boys, trainer Jim Reynolds. 2 is Booze Flyer for Mrs. Essen and Essen, trainer Richard Yates. 3 is Farron Aston for Mrs. Gorn and Gorn, trainer Seamus Gorn. 4 is Forest Melanie for Mrs. Fraser, Gurney, Murphy and Usher, trainer Mark Wallace. 5 Barra Juliet, owned and trained by Mark Wallace. And 6 is Merlin's Piper, owned and trained by Hazel Kemp. Greyhounds are approaching the starting traps of race number 12. Just a couple of minutes left for betting on this race. Gemma's going to lead them down towards the boxes then for this P6 contest. Full betting show on the bottom of your screen then. You can see the current favourite is Trap 3, Farron Aston for Seamus Gorn. No, tell a lie, it's Trap 4, Forest Melanie for Mark Wallace, a 7-4 chance. So 7-4 Trap 4, 9-4 Trap 3, Farron Aston. It's the second favourite. 4-1 Trap 1, 5-1 Trap 5, 6-1 Trap 2 and 8-1 Trap 6. There's a favourite on screen then, Trap 4, Forest Melanie. On debut here at Towcester tonight is Forest Melanie. It's Mrs. Fraser, Gurney, Murphy and Usher and trainer Mark Wallace. 7-4 chance to make a winning start. Greyhounds behind the boxes then for race number 12. P6 the grade. Not long to get those bets on now then for the bet with starsportsbet.co.uk stakes. And the Greyhounds are now being placed into the starting traps. We're loading up, folks, for race number 12, going in for the www.starsportsbet.co.uk stakes. Loading, loading. Just a couple of Greyhounds left to load then for race number 12. P6 the grade, favourite in 4, Forest Melanie. Gemma's on standby then, flag in hand. Takes a good look. There she is on screen. Gives a smile, waves the flag. So the hair's running, but on the spin for race number 12. It's the bet with www.starsportsbet.co.uk stakes. Stand by for action. Here comes the bunny. Gates lift and away we go. Trap 2, the first to show from 5 and 6. Then comes 1, 3 and 4 into the first corner we go. As Trap 1's going to sneak through up the inside. Emil Zeski, 1 from 2, red then blue. Then comes 6, 3, 5 and 4. Who got bumped to that first bend in last position. Off down the far side we go now. Then it's still Trap 1, Emil Zeski that leads for Jim Reynolds by a good 2 lengths now from 2 back in second. 6 trying to stay on in third. Then comes 3 approaching the final corner though. It's still Trap 1, Emil Zeski on David for Jim Reynolds. Challenged now by the 2 dog. Booze Fly for Richie Yates. 1 from 2 as they straighten for the judge. Can the 1 stand firm? You betcha. 1 lands a spoils. Closer place in the end. 3 and 2. First Trap 1, Emil Zeski. Photograph for the minors. Confirmation result race 12. First was Trap 1, Emil Zeski for the Liquor and Gravy Boys. Trainer Jim Reynolds. Second Trap 3, Farron Aston. Third Trap 2, Boost Flyer. Result 1, 3 and 2. 1, 3, 2. Winner's time 28.71. 28.71. Replay on screen then of race number 12. Emil Zeski on debut for trainer Jim Reynolds doing the business. Brave into that first corner to nip through. Up the inside was Emil Zeski. 2 was always on the premises though. Boozed Flyer for trainer Richard Yates. Just faded out of it on the run for home as 3 ran on for second. Farron Aston for Seamus Gorn. So 1-3-2 it finished. Pretty much all the way success for the one dog, Emile Zescu, making a winning debut for the Liquor and Gravy Boys and trainer Jim Reynolds. 1-3-2 then in race number 12.
Right, back here, trackside with our winner, Jim Reynolds, yet again aboard the Win Brigade tonight, and a Greyhound, Emile Zescu, who wins on debut here, October 15 at Runner. Jim, what's the secret to this success, my friend?
Oh, it was a tall order, didn't expect it. They would have been working hard in the little pup, but there were 2:28.40 dogs in the race. Mark Wallace's, it was a very impressive winner last time out. Seamus Gon's dogs. I know this is not won a race, but still got 28.40 on the card. So it was a tough race, but foot perfect, going up into the first two bends, and impressive offer last again. So real pleased.
Good stuff, and has had a bit of racing experience in Ireland, I see, but first run here.
Yeah, first round here. He's a Sonny Ballymac-esque, so he's a lively sort. He's one you've got to keep an eye on. But his form in Ireland was okay. Won some nice races in Ireland, but there's still plenty of improvement to come from him as he's a young dog.
May long the success continue.
Here, here.
Good, well done to you. Right, what we're going to just do is recap the draw for the semi-final that took place a few moments ago. We have the draw here still in place. So just to recap for those that didn't make a note, that wanted exactly who's in what semi. In first semi-final, Higher Butt in trap 1, Droopy's Buick in 2, Bruiser's Bullet in 3, Droopy's Acrobat in 4, Murray's Act in 5, and Forest Con in 6. That's the first semi-final. The second semi-final will have Claire's Rocket in 1, Swithin's Bray in 2, Astute Missile in 3, Coolavani Mason in 4, Tyra Shea in 5, and Sallows Ford in 6. So they are the two semi-finals. Mick, initial thoughts on that? Obviously, again, hard not to be totally blown away by Tyra Shea. What a thrilling performance that was.
It was a truly remarkable performance. He looked like he was beat all hands, but that dog, if we've learnt anything from his time here at Towcester, he's got an amazing will to win. PGA Fire's got him firing on all cylinders. I think you'll see a stronger dog with a little bit of the gap now for Saturday, and it's all to play for. But what a race that is. Claire's Rocket still unbeaten in this year's Derby, and he takes on the favourite Tyra Shea.
And broke 29 seconds tonight.
Yeah, we've witnessed some magical performances tonight. Not only from the winners, you look at dogs like Droopy's Buick and you know Bruiser's Bullet. They just squeak through, but they're still in. The dream is still alive for those connections. And remember, on Saturday you can come here, watch the semi-final. It's free entry. You're going to witness some amazing racing. What better excuse have you got to come and see? You know, this Claire's Rocket against Tyra Shea. I can't wait myself. I walk over broken glass to watch it.
Couple of decent performances in the plate as well tonight. A few connections will be a bit gutted they weren't still in the main event.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we mentioned in the early interview, we mentioned Dorota's Wildcat for Kevin Hutton. He didn't let us down, did he? Well, it was a magical performance. Greggy's Blue Boy as well. Set tongues wagging with a wonderful display, picking up Drive on Tip. When Drive on Tip flashed from the boxes, I think it'd have been about a 1-20 in running, but nobody told the Blue Boy.
Great night, and still one race to come. Don't forget semi-final action then here on Saturday. Make sure you're part of it. Some great support racing as always here at Towcester. Let's get back upstairs to Andy and wrap up details on our previous race.
Yeah, thanks, Will. There's just one more race to come here at Towcester tonight then. Race number 13. Thanks for coming. Safe Journey Home Stakes. We'll wrap up things from race number 12 132.654 it finished. 132.654. The distance is 1.5 lengths a neck, 1.5 a head, and 4 lengths. And the winner's time 28.71. 28.71. Just one more race to come then in around 10 minutes time. The Thanks for Coming Safe Journey Home Stakes. What a night it's been, and one more race to enjoy here at Towcester tonight. On parade then for the lucky last here tonight. Race 13, the Thanks for Coming Safe Journey Home Stakes. Runners for race 13 are as follows. Trap 1 is Very Fourth Sky for the This Time Next Year Syndicate and trainer Jean Lyles. 2 is Dun and Maddie for owner Mr D Houghton, trainer Jane Houghton. 3 is Bouncing Dan for Mrs Crichton and Lyles, trainer Jean Lyles. 4 Winking Paradise for the He Winked at Me Syndicate, trainer Bernie Warren. 5 Dinner Carolina for the TDC Global Investors, trainer Jim Reynolds. And Trap 6 is Katunda Daisy, who's owned and trained by Mark Wallace. Full betting show on screen then for race 13. Down the card they bet it 2-1 trap 1, that's your favourite. 3-1 trap 2, 7-1 trap 3, 5-2 trap 4, 4-1 trap 5, and 5-1 trap 6. Greyhounds approaching the starting traps then for the lucky last. So Thanks for Coming Safe Journey Home Stakes. Plenty of support for trap 1, Very Fourth Sky. Open 4-1, quickly went into 9-4. And now the 2-1 favourite is the one dog, Very Fourth Sky. All the rage down in the ring then for the Thanks for Coming Safe Journey Home Stakes. A winner last time out in S4, up to grade here. But supporters clearly wanting to keep on the right side of Very Fourth Sky here in race 13. The 2-1 favourite backed in from 4 to 1. Hey, Jim. Yeah, sorry, mate. Hey, just one sec. Just take my camera. You couldn't do us a favour. You see that little round table? Right? When you get a chance, but basically after racing, but whenever you get a chance, you couldn't carry it through and dump it in reception for me, could you? Is that what? Yeah, you know where the posh doors where Barry stands in front. It's not heavy, but it's just we've got trolls after some. Good man. Cheers, Jim. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thanks, Jim. Bye bye. Greyhounds behind the boxes then for race 13. The Thanks for Coming Safe Journey Home Stakes. Favourite still in red, Furry Fourth Sky, backed in from 4 to 1 into 2s. And the Greyhounds are now being placed into those starting traps for the lucky last. We're going in for race 13. The Thanks for Coming Safe Journey Home Stakes. Signing off from Towcester tonight then with a 6-bend contest, S3 the grade. Loading process complete. Gemma waves us all good night this time. No, Gemma, hair on the move for the final time tonight. Bunny on the spin for the Thanks for Coming Safe Journey Home Stakes. Favourite in red, Furry Fourth Sky. Off and racing away, breaks okay. The one dog, Furry Fourth Sky, leads early doors from 4, paced up nicely as well. Winking Paradise for Bernie Warren, and 4 it is that takes it up off this second bend. Winking Paradise from 1, Furry Fourth Sky back in the second. Then comes 2, Dun and Maddie. Then 3, 5 and 6 are back markers. In towards bend number 3 we go now though. It's the Black Jacket of Winking Paradise that leads by a good 2 lengths now from 1. Still thereabouts in second, Furry Fourth Sky. Then comes 2 into third. Dun and Maddie off down the far side we go now as Trap 4's got a well strung out. Has pulled about 3 lengths clear now from 1. Has Winking Paradise 4 from 1 and 2 as they approach his final corner. 6 staying on mid-division, but off this final bend is Winking Paradise firmly in control at the moment, leads by a good 3 to 4 lengths off this final corner, and surely not for catching now. Winking Paradise lands the last for Bernie Warren, 4 beats 1, close to third place, 256. 4 beats 1, Photograph for third. Confirmation result, race 13. First was trap 4, Winking Paradise for the He Winked at Me Syndicate, trainer Bernie Warren. Second trap 1, Furry Fourth Sky. Third trap 2, Dun and Maddie. Result 4, 1 and 2. 4, 1, 2. Stand by for the replay then of the Thanks for Coming Safe Journey Home Stakes. Was away pretty well, trap 4, Winking Paradise. Had 1 for company in the early exchanges, but just stretched clear off this second corner. Did Winking Paradise. Really took off down the far side to pull 3 to 4 lengths clear. And from there on in, was not for catching here tonight. Furry Fourth Sky always second. 2 Dun and Maddie back in third. 4-1-2 then in the Thanks for Coming Safe Journey Home Stakes. Winking Paradise lands the lucky last.
Right, we have Angela and Colin here and crew to present our final presentation of the night, which goes to Winking Paradise, Bernie Warren's only runner of the night, but it's a winning one, so well worth the trip. And with the Winked at Me Syndicate, I'm not sure I want to ask, but we will do. Bernie, one winner from one runner. That's not a bad night's work.
No, 100% strike rate. I don't normally get that.
And recently stepped up to 6 bends and clearly relishing.
Yeah, it has. And also, her last run on the 30th of May, she ripped her foot open. So she's just had 2 weeks literally laying on the bed, letting her foot heal, and hardly any work at all, and 1 week work. So I think I might leave her on the bed in future, not do a lot with her.
Good stuff. And tell us a bit about this syndicate. What's this all? Let's have a quick word. Hello, sir. You are?
Ben.
Ben, tell us about this syndicate. I'm not sure I want to ask you about the name.
He winked at me. He's winked. We went to Yarmouth Dogs, and one of our mates basically picked the dog that winked him on every parade, and it went from there. So.
Good stuff. So you've stuck with that, and you've gone with the name. And great to own a runner with Bernie, I'd imagine. She's a very good trainer.
Yeah. She's great. We love going down and seeing the dogs, and she's always nice and friendly. So yeah, it's brilliant.
And that one well enough to suggest that upgrade may not be too much of a problem.
No, I think same grade next time.
We'd all like that. Anyway, well done to you. Let's bring in our presentation crew. Now, there's this celebration. I got a bit confused in the restaurant earlier as whose birthday it was, but I think it's yours, sir, isn't it? Dare we ask your... We can ask a man his age.
21.
21. I was going to say 23, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Have you had a good night?
Excellent night.
Few winners?
3.
3. Better than none, better than none. And just tell us who these lovely ladies are with you.
My wife and my sister-in-law.
And your names are?
Angela. Linda.
And have you had a good night?
Fantastic.
And have you done better than him with winners?
No.
So, and this is your first time here, or are you regulars?
It's first time.
And you've enjoyed it on a Tuesday night?
Brilliant.
What more could you do in Towcester on a Tuesday night?
Nothing.
Exactly. That's the answer we were looking for. Anyway, thank you very much. I hope you've enjoyed your night in the restaurant and with us here, and hope to see you again very, very soon indeed. Right, that brings the curtain down on what's been an excellent night's racing here at Towcester. Hopefully you've enjoyed the action taking in with our colleagues at Sky Sports, and we now know who will be our semi-finalists in this year's Star Sports Greyhound Derby. That takes place here on Saturday night. All that's left for us to do here from trackside is to bid you farewell. I shall leave Andy to wrap up full details. Andy, as always, with thanks. Final word from your good self. See you soon.
Thanks, Wooders. Yes, thanks. See you soon. Hopefully Saturday. And if you have enjoyed tonight's proceedings, be sure to join us again on Saturday night. It's going to be some night, as Wooders said. The 2 semi-finals of the Star Sports English Greyhound Derby. Some thrilling action in store on Saturday night. If you can't make it, be sure to tune in on www.towster.tv. We will just wrap up proceedings then. Race 13. It was a win for Trap 4, Winking Paradise. 1 runner, 1 winner for trainer Bernie Warren here tonight. 4-1-2 it finished in the Thanks for Coming Safe Journey Home Stakes. And the full order of finish of race 13 was 4-1-2-6-5-3. 4-1-2-6-5-3. Distances were 4.5 lengths, 2 1/4, a short head, and 4 lengths. Winning time 42.16, 4-2-1-6. The time for Trap 4, Winking Paradise in the lucky last. Well, that, as I say, is that. Do join us Saturday for those semi-finals. And, of course, plenty of other open race action as well. Several more of the competitions that will make the card up on finals night here on July the 1st. Kick-off on Saturday night. It's one not to be missed. Free entry, of course, this Saturday as well. Don't forget the following week, you will need to book your tickets for the main event, the final on July the 1st. But do come along next Saturday night, or this Saturday night, I should say. Free entry to all. It's going to be some night. But for tonight, that's a lot. Good night. Hope you've enjoyed tonight. And see you all again here at Towcester on Saturday.